Meeting to order. It's now, what time is it? 4:50, and we will verify quorum. So, Secretary Wells, Board Member George. What's that? Yeah. Can you hear that?
Could everybody hear that?
Okay, and I'm here, so there's three present. Vice President Haskey, are you? Nothing? Any word from Board Member Montoya? Um, so we have three, and that's a quorum, and we'll go ahead. Okay, can we get one of our youngsters to do Pledge of Allegiance? Well, I'll say it with you, but we just want you to lead.
Open the microphone over to you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And can we have a prayer, Miss Mike? Amen. Thank you, Miss Mike. So we'll go ahead and look over the agenda. Let me know if you approve. We're reviewing the agenda. So can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam President,
Go ahead.
I make the motion the agenda be approved as written.
A second?
I second.
So we'll vote. Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay. We're now at 2A, recognition for outgoing school board member Cheryl George. So for the newbies here, Miss George, this is her final meeting, and the board member taking her place is Matthew So, and he won't join until next month. So we were able to get some things here for Miss George. She's the last few couple of months, it's I don't mean to violate HEPA, but we just about lost her, and there was a couple of times, maybe triple times, that she ended up in ICU, and it was scary. Didn't know how bad it was until it got to that point, but really glad that she was able to come through, and I think there was a lot of prayers and that were said, and just really appreciate her. And I even when she first got onto the board, we were in a rollover, and and it really makes you think, because being a board member is not, we don't get paid, and there was that hardship then. She lost a vehicle, and we all know what that entails, as far as insurance, and then making yourself whole. So it was, it's just been, but I'm just glad that she's really made it through, and has really been an asset to our board. What she does know, her experience, and has really been an asset for us. So I'll let Superintendent say something, and then let the rest of the board. Thank you.
Sure, I'll make it fairly brief. I just want to mention first off that I had the pleasure of working as a principal in the district when Cheryl George worked in central office. And it was always a pleasure talking to her about different things. She was always very receptive. And she did something that I wish everybody in central office did, and that I'm going to talk about. And when I do the superintendent's report, one thing I want to make sure I push is that in central office we support schools. And that's what we do. We don't exist for any other reason but to support the children in the schools and the communities that we serve. And that's something that Cheryl George always did. And she always did it with enthusiasm, And she carried that enthusiasm over to her work here on the school board, in a mostly positive way. And, you know, and I'm sure you all have seen that. She cares about the students. She cares about the community of Shiprock, but also about the other communities in our district. So it's been a pleasure to work with her. I've enjoyed the time working with Cheryl George, and I wish her luck. And when she looks at the vacancy list now, you know, we might have some open positions. I'm just saying, so.
Only if it's the superintendent's position.
Am I blushing here? You never know, Miss George. Hopefully that won't happen anytime real soon. But thank you. Thank you for your service. If Mr. Wells wants to say something real quick, I don't know if you want to have a few words or no.
I just wanted to express my gratitude to Mrs. George for her service and getting to know her. She's a pleasure to be around. Most of the time she's smiling. It's been good to work with you, Cheryl. I appreciate it.
Probably up here.
Go ahead, I'll meet you up front here. I'll just kind of let everybody know the items that we got. We want to make sure we get Board President Aspis and also Secretary Wells in the picture. First, we have a plaque for your service. I'll go ahead and pull that out. Let's give the other board, give a moment for the board members, board president, and board secretary to come on up.
And it says, for your dedicated service to the Volume Services Bill of Village School Member.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1.
Madam President? Yes. May I say something? Sure, please. Sure. I won't take my Distinguished guests, thank you for allowing me. My name is Rita Thacker Yate. This is my daughter, Cheryl. I'm very emotional to see her being congratulated in this manner. I believe in our lives we have stepping stones that we create for ourselves. And as I see all of you as distinguished members of the council here, I am just so very proud of my daughter. And I think most of you will agree, as you are parents of your loved ones, I am extremely thankful for my daughter. And yes, she has gone through hurdles of her health, but I am so pleased, and I thank my God that she's here with us tonight. And I'm just so proud of you, Cheryl. Thank you to each one of you. Thank you, Madam President, for allowing me to share
You're
this.
welcome.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Do you want to say something?
Yes, please. Um, It's been, I told myself I wasn't going to cry. I've been trying to practice this like all weekend and stuff, but the students are my heart. There was 3 classes that graduated since I've been on the board, and I knew most of the students that graduated, that walked across that graduation floor. So that's where my passion was for those students. And working alongside, as Mr. Carlson said, the staff that's here, Ms. Manus, Mr. Manus, Amanda, Dr. Pandora, just to name a few, Mr. Keyswood, and Mr. Switch. You know, I got to know them very well, and working in underneath the administration, you know, there was we had leadership that really wasn't a positive leadership in the past, and I didn't like how my coworkers were being treated. I didn't like how the staff were being treated, and it made me mad when they were disrespected, or when they didn't get, when their rights were violated as employees. And I would see it and how it affected them. And a lot of them wouldn't want to come to work. There was a lot of, some of them were, you know, scared to come to work, and made them sick, you know, like having stomach aches and stuff like that. And that bothered me. And so seeing all that, and I worked with a lot of the students who had a rough time in school. They weren't A and B students. They didn't have perfect attendance. They came from broken homes. Coming from a broken home, being young, not having a father or a mother to look up to, or somebody positive in your life, that's hard. And I've seen these students struggle at the school. And when they come to the school, they look for the principal. They look for the nurse. They look for Mr. Keyswood. They look for these individuals in the school who become a father figure, or who become a mother figure, or a grandparent figure for them. So when holidays like this break coming up, Christmas break, for some of these students, it's not good for them, because they're at home. They don't have nobody. They don't have family. They don't have gifts. They don't even have a Christmas tree. Their parents are maybe just out doing something else, and the kids are there by themselves. There's no love. There is no love. There's no attention, a positive attention to them. So they don't like this break coming up. They'd rather be in school to see Dr. Pandora, Miss Manus, Mr. Manus, Mr. Keyswood, Mr. Switch. Mr. Switch is not in the schools anymore, but he used to be. And then also Mr. Carlson, when he was a principal. These kids look to them as those positive figures, and that's where my passion, that's where my heart is with these kids, and to get them to graduate, get them to go into the military, get them to get into those skills that, like welding and what is that called? The welding and like over here at Bon Wilson. What are trade? Yeah, thank you. Trade school skills. You know, and a lot of them, some of them won't go to college. You know, they'll go different avenues. But if they have something solid under them, some kind of experience working with their hands, we all have to work with your hands. If you put your hands behind your back and try to get through the day, you probably won't get very much accomplished. You need your hands. And that's what we need to give our kids, is how to use their skills and how to use their hands to work. And it was a huge decision because I loved my job at Central Consolidated, but at the same time, I saw all these issues that I wanted to advocate for, and that's when I decided to run for school board, because I felt I could make a difference, or I could make recommendations and make things better for our district, for our staff, for our students, and for our parents, for our stakeholders, for the community. We have to look to our community. Safety starts with the community, and the community is the one that can make things happen. That's why I wish more stakeholders would come to these meetings, because, you know, you could do a comment to the audience and make a change, make a difference. But without your voice, we sit up here, and when they say, is there any comments from the audience? And there's like, no, there's no comments. But there's a lot of, you know, complaints, and there's a lot of unhappiness, and there's a lot of turnovers. We don't hear those, and we can't address those to our superintendent to make changes if we don't hear those discrepancies and those comments coming from the parents and the students. And I wish that the students would come and also use their voice, because they're going to have to use their voice as they grow older. But I don't want to make this very long, but I have truly had the honor of serving my community, my constituents in the Hogback area, serving the students. And like I said, it was a hard decision to run, because I had to quit my job to have this seat. 9.5 years I had to quit my job and resign so I could sit on the board. So that's how much it meant to me. It meant a life change for myself and for my family, but it was something that my family and myself thought that was very important, and that it was doable. And that was my passion. And so my message to the students and to the incoming Mr. Matthew So and for the board is to continue to move with your passion. Follow your passion, follow your gut, and none of us would be here, none of us would have a check if we didn't have any students in our schools. It's all about the students. And our payday is when their graduation and they get their high school diploma, especially those kids who have a hard time. Career prep, the high schools. You can see it on their face when they walk across that stage and they have their high school diploma. They feel that they're somebody. They feel that they fulfilled themselves. And when you have an education, nobody can take that away from you. Nobody can. So with that, I just want to thank everybody, and I want to thank the board for putting up with me. And there was times when I got out of hand, and I didn't watch, I didn't watch my mouth, but they put up with me and they corrected me, and I had to follow the rules, and I learned a lot, but I give my thanks, and I'm so appreciative of the CCSD district for everything that you have taught me and everything that you have allowed me to give back to the stakeholders and our students. So with that, thank you very much, and I had fun, and we're supposed to have, everybody can move all the chairs, we'll have a dance floor here, and the music will come on here pretty soon. No, I'm just kidding. But no, thank you so much, and I'm so appreciative, and I don't know how much to say, but I'm so appreciative for this opportunity that was allowed to me. Thank you.
So, Vice President Haskey, if you have a message for Cheryl?
Hi, thank you. I have asthma, so if I start coughing, it's because of my asthma. But thank you, Board Member George. You've been a breath of fresh air, in a sense. You provided insight to discussions, things that I wasn't aware of, and you brought knowledge in those areas and the connection with the staff members that you knew when you were a staff, you were an employee for the district, and I really appreciated your voice and the insight and all the information you imparted. And though at times, a couple of times, it became a little, I guess, heated, it was for the passion of the students and for the district, not for ego. So I really appreciate, and I'm sure I know that this is not the end of the story. I look forward to our continue working with you and with the community. I know that you'll have the 3-minute public comment. I look forward to hearing those things from you, and just thank you for your the time that you gave to the board. Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Montoya?
Thank you. Board Member George, again, you and I have similar paths to where we ended up on this board, and for that, I truly appreciate, just as Ms. Haskey said, your passion for what you do and what you've brought. I thank you, and I appreciate the fact that you said that you've learned quite a bit. And it certainly is a learning lesson, even in the short couple of years that you were here with us. So for that, and again, I wish you well. Thank you very much for what you've done, and maintain that passion, desire, and commitment that you have for all our students in our communities. Thank you.
Okay, and our administrators, did you want to say something? Just come up to the podium.
There better be a line.
Just kidding.
Good evening, Amanda Sutherland, and I'm Director of Student Support Services. And Cheryl, I first met her when she was health and wellness specialist, or healthy. And then you came to central office. And so I just want to agree with everybody that thank you for your service for the community. And but I think I'll always be most grateful for your support and your help during that day. And I just wish you the best. And you did a really good job on the board, and appreciate it. And now we're just bonded sisters. So good luck, and look at those vacancies. Thank you.
So I first met Cheryl actually a few days into starting to work with CCSD as an attorney, and we were working on some strategic planning issues. And the thing that I really loved about Cheryl was that I knew within literally 10 seconds of her speaking that she absolutely understood and knew the pulse of the community and the needs of the students. And I've just always really loved and appreciated that in you, Cheryl, and it inspires me all the time. So thank you. And I look forward to keeping working with you. Thank you.
This isn't goodbye. This is for our next chapter. I met Cheryl when I first came to the district 7 years ago, and her passion for our students is my soul. She really inspired me because we have the same wants and goals for our students, and I thank you for everything that you have done in your position on the board to help our students, and not only our students but our staff also. So thank you for everything, Cheryl, and I can't wait to see what the next chapter is going to be.
Good evening. My name is Michael Switz. I'm the district athletic coordinator. And I can get long-winded, so I'm going to keep this short. But I do want to say this. I had the opportunity to work with Ms. George when I was the assistant principal at TBA Middle School. And everything that has just been said is very valid and true. You cannot measure your heart that you have, and you're so valuable to this community. I appreciate everything you have done here on the school board as well as in our district. I know you've helped me grow as an employee with CCSD and as a person. And there were times where things were kind of challenging, but I could always turn to Miss George for laughter. Most important, hang in there, Mr. Switch. You're going to get this done. But I just want to thank you for everything that you've done and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Leandro, and I am the Director for Data and Technology. So I met Mrs. George, or Miss George, way back in 2015, and I was a teacher at Shiprock High School, but I didn't have her children in my class, but they always go to my class just to have a small chat. They are one of the most the most respected students at Shiprock High School. They uphold the culture and the values of Navajo children, and I love, and it's a testament of having or being a great parent to students like them. So Josiah and Ashine will be so proud of you, Miss George, having the opportunity to work with the kids and of course with the board and this administration. And then working in the administration with Ms. George, she's been so supportive with our initiatives and having that collaborative relationship with all the departments, and we do value and we do recognize that. So thank you, and we are looking forward to your next endeavors in life, and we're here to assist you as well or help each other. Thank you.
Good evening. I don't know if you can understand me.
We can't hear you, Dr. Lopez. I'm just joking. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry I'm not there this evening, but I just want to take a few minutes just to share also. I've known Ms. George since I was a principal at Newcomb, and then going on through the different phases of my work there at Central. And what can I say? There's nothing else I can add that hasn't been expressed already by everyone there this evening, because those are my same sentiments. The only thing that I can add is that, Ms. George, I appreciate the laughter that we had at one of the conferences. You just kept me going, and also the tenacity in which you approached any project that you had, and the love which you showed in all those actions that you advocated for students. So with that, I want to thank you very much, and hopefully I continue to see you in the district and work alongside you in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lopez. Good evening, everybody that's here, colleagues, board members. So I first met Ms. George back in 92 or 93. So she was a year ahead of me in high school. But it's a true inspiration to see what you've done for the community, and to advocate for the kids in our district, because with your guidance and the board's guidance, pushing us to improve for kids and for the community, that's what matters, right? And it takes a lot of effort and thought and kindness, like you said, and like everybody said. But I just want to say good luck with your next stage in your life, and so glad that you overcame your struggles. So thank you.
I think that's about everybody. I know Ms. Simo is not administrator, but I think she's earned a place. If you want to have a message for Cheryl.
This tinsel color today at Nickham Middle School. Good evening, everyone. So school board member Cheryl George, we had the opportunity, like Dr. Lopez had said, to work with you at Nickham Elementary School, and there was a sense of safety. That role brought you in to our lives here, and just know you're never going to leave. And we appreciate everything you've done, and we adore you. And so, but I wanted to share with you, there happened to be some trainings that we had gone to together, and there was always a sense that you really cared about the safety of the kids. But as Mr. Deswood had said, but I like to say staff too. It seemed like you were always thinking about our welfare. And when we had situations that happened, you had a direction. You helped us to figure out what to do. And really, truly, your guidance has been so helpful through the years. And just know, I expect you to continue that and be involved in the things that we're doing through the district. So thank you so much for everything you've done and the roles that you've played. Thank you, thank you.
Okay. So that'll wrap up. And there's refreshments. There's cupcakes there and fruits, and it's all in celebration for Miss George. So, and we'll continue on with the meeting. We'll go on to item 3, which is comments.
We missed the second part of the school board, the B part.
Oh, okay. Okay. 2B, which is New Mexico School Board Association, presented the exemplary award to the school board members by Steve Carlson.
Thank you, Board President, ASWIS members of the board. I don't know if everybody here in the audience really understands kind of one of the things that was already talked about is that board members, they don't make any money for doing what they're doing. They do it because they care about the community. They care about you folks. They care about the kids in the community, and they care about the communities in general. So they do a lot of things, that they don't get paid for. And one of those things, I had the pleasure of attending the School Boards Association conference about 2 weeks ago almost now. And during that conference, our board members all showed up. And that's something that they do for pretty much everything. Across the state of New Mexico, different boards and individuals are given awards for the amount of time they put in. I believe that CCSD's school board was the only 5-member board in the entire state of New Mexico, and there are 89 districts in the state of New Mexico that showed up, and where every single board member received what is called the exemplary award. Every one of our 5 board members receives this award. So I'd like to go ahead and pass these out for completing their service and in an exemplary fashion. Each board member gets both a certificate and a pin. And just so you know, I've only done this 2 years now, and this is the exact same thing I did this time last year, because our board members at that time were, again, the only board where all 5 board members attended all the conferences and all the meetings across the state. So thank you, board members, for your diligence, and thank you for all you do. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you, CCSD board. I don't know if you want to do a photo opportunity or you just want to... No, not for these ones. You want to get going?
Not here.
Okay, I'll save them. We'll go ahead and we'll give these to them later. We'll go ahead and move on with the agenda. Thank you.
You might give Cheryl's. Okay, so we'll go to comments. And Secretary, do you want to go through this? They're already in order. Yeah, you just leave that.
In order to recognize staff or community members from the audience who wish to speak to the board, we ask that you fill out this card and present to the board president prior to the start of the meeting. Please limit your comments to no more than 3 minutes. Select one person to speak from your group. The board requests that your cooperation in resolving issues or concerns by asking you to follow the chain of command and consult with the appropriate school district personnel over the discussion prior to discussing the issue with the board. Doing so will usually result in a more timely solution. Public comments and observations regarding the agenda items that fall within the responsibilities of the board may be heard at this time. Although board members may provide a short response, the board is not able to discuss matters not listed on the agenda. Comments regarding Matters under litigation will not be allowed. We are interested in your comments and concerns. Thank you. And the first one we'll call to the rostrum is Joseph, is that Claw? Joseph Chi? Okay, would you come forward?
Jat sitten altkahasilo nat ahtanollaniki nit ahtessi di khanne naz khajinne de khanne betit iki sta bin khilista slet olle ate hanne tant iki di khasje ulya tots it ego khanne at sape pa huiz I die bikiyatishti nsego beniyanya akot ego alchene pasaz alchene panasha akot ya shapa akhono sandole. Excuse me for not speaking my language. I woke up and spoke the Navajo language ever since I was an infant. But I'd like to reflect on my teachings from my grandparents and elders, the value of the Navajo shoe game. It instills self-confidence, it builds character, and it fosters young minds. No different than what I just heard about Miss George. All these things that you've applied, the words that you said from your hearts is in it. I do not see why we cannot practice the Navajo shoe game. Come to my classroom and I will teach you beyond DOK 5. I will take you to the level that you've never been to help you understand what the Navajo shoe game is all about. It's not about gambling. That's not what it is. It's about reaching old age and understanding and reflecting so that you're able to carry on the valuable teachings that were instilled in us. If you take this away, it's no different than all the things that were taken from us. By now, history should have taught us a lot. You look overseas, and you see what's going on. And it's no different if we deprive this of our children. Why do we get to enjoy and embrace the beautiful culture that we have, but cannot see 25, 30 years from now? Are we that selfish? I don't understand. We need to give them an opportunity to learn these values. Right now, I feel like a lot of people are threatened because they don't know the language nor the culture. And it's free. It's just going to take our time, our patience to understand and learn it. And the only way we're going to learn it is by living it. And that's what we need to do. So on behalf of my children, on behalf of our language and culture and the Navajo Nation, I'd like to continue to teach the values of the Navajo shoe game. Sampai pa ilte hinna ati a kot a te nilzeno shishil illa khala ayol khalte eteshal to choho ego pashil khojon kat ans shla tolasht osh shla betet sel shla yeto aliki shla say sahashla kepi hishnil na kiska. Shal tkate. It really moves me. I have prepared all the necessary ingredients to share this essential knowledge and culture with our children in a couple days in my classroom. And I've been out there praying, gathering the tools to play the game. And I've taught the objective. And I made sure that they understood what I'm planning on doing. It's not a gambling game. So when you have the chance, sit down with me and we will talk. I'm willing to share my culture, my knowledge, but in my own environment. You got to sit in the hogan with me on the floor and we play the game. Because you've got a lot to learn from me, like I have a lot that I have learned from the Western world. And I'd like to share what I have because I want to keep it alive. And that's who I am. Thank you very much.
Mr. Elvin Keyswood.
Yat A. Yat A. You're on the Netherlands. Yeah. And that's how I'm going to greet everyone in here from the doorway, back to the doorway. Shiro, I'm here for the concern of the Kishjet shoe game. I teach at TBA 6th, 7th, 8th graders. And some of you, Mr. Carlson, you've been in my classroom, you've taken a part in my classroom when you come in. When he comes into my classroom, he's a student. Okay? I consider him a student when he sits in my classroom and he learns from us. So with that said, I do have concern regarding the non-shoe game action by the school board. And that has been taking place. We have been doing this in our, like Mr. Chia said, and other teachers, Navajo language teachers, we've been having shoe games every winter. And during this time of year, and a lot of the students are looking forward to it. They enjoy playing it, singing the songs, learning the history of the shoe game. And what Mr. Chi was saying is totally true. It's learning of self, who you are, where you come from, your ancestry. And for the students themselves, they learn how to make decisions, strategies, understanding how to count where the ball might be. Also, the camaraderie and the teamwork that they have to, as a team, to figure out where the ball is. So it is a community event in the classrooms. So we divide our class and we play each other. There is no betting involved. Okay, I've heard rumors that, they're betting over there, and that really upsets me. Betting is done somewhere else, not in our classrooms. We enjoy this. We teach these young people, our children, these beautiful songs that has been set here by our Creator from way back. And today we still strive, and we talk about, all of you guys in here talk about our children this, our students that. But yet there's some things that are being pushed away and say, no, you can't do that no more. I'm a loud person, and I will speak up for my students, for my community, and everything that's involved in my classroom that I teach my children. Right now, we're doing string games. And there's a lot of teaching about that, how it originated, who first did it, why we do it. And I'm sure maybe everybody knows how that is, what it's about, what the shoe game is about. All of our winter games, our spring, all our classes are made into seasonal. We teach seasonal things as we go along through the year. That's our curriculum. That's how we do things. Yes, there's core classes and they do their thing. That's awesome. But we as Dene speaking teachers, we try to instill our children of their culture and tradition. I believe in our tradition and culture ever since I was little, and I still practice and walk that walk today. So I encouraged the school board to continue allowing this to happen, and Mr. Chi said he was having one Wednesday, so I'm gonna see if I can take my students over there. It's a long walk. All right. But on another note, besides that is Cheryl. We've known each other a couple days. I care for what you did and what you're going to continue doing. Okay? Now you really have a voice when you step off that chair. That's how it works. And I'm right behind you. Okay? We need to support each other. Okay. And I don't know how much time I still have left, but I'm going to ask Kathy and Dr. Mike to come up here. The blanket that she's given, she needs to be put on her the right way. That's tradition. Come on back there. I'm going to let the ladies do it because it's a woman's blanket. I'd sing you a song, but hey. Sing you a round dance song. Yeah. Yeah, aim song. Nope. And I've known Cheryl a while back now. We worked together, and when I was at the central office, worked on the CAT team. I'm the original ones that put that together, and Cheryl was there with us as well. Even that's forgotten. So I have a lot to say about that also. So, Kat, thank you, Cheryl, and board members. Kat, thank you, relatives that are all here. Kat, for listening to me.
Kathy Manus. Excuse me.
Good evening. Yaut Shidnesh Share a chin slento zitlani bushes chin clash cheatich taken to chini Dutch nullet a sun slento a my son and slant said a condat now shadow Sebata middle school shall no nish as that now ka non-lish. So I want to thank you for letting me have this time for expressing myself. Our students that come through our school, just like what was expressed before earlier, they come, some of them with a heavy heart, a heavy mind. And I've seen it with my own eyes. I've heard it with the songs. I heard the teachings from Mr. Keeswood. When those kids come through the door, we try to meet them and express ourselves, saying, Yate, to each and every one of them, to get a smile on them. With this shoe game, when they are involved in it, it takes a little bit of that time to heal them because they're learning. It opens up that mind of expression so that they can forget about what's out there, the drugs, the alcohol, all the food that they don't eat. They might not have a place to sleep good. So I'm going to ask you, as a human being, to really think about it. We all have been given titles on this Mother Earth, and that's what makes a person more superior than someone else. But when you see those children walking through the door with, and you know that they'll come to you through the day, they don't feel secure, they don't feel love, and all we can do is give them words of advice, So in your decisions in making, please consider that. We are on the Ned Land, just like what Mr. Keeswit talked about. We are pretty much segregated into having to apply ourselves in the Western society. And when we have grandmas and grandpas that have not gone that route, it's really hard. That communication is very hard for them. And when they go home and they tell their grandmas and grandpas what they have learned that day, it makes the home a lot more safer, makes them a lot more happier. So please consider it, you know. Also, I just want to, maybe I'm out of line, but with Dr. Mike and Amanda, I just want you to also consider letting the health staff give medication to our children to go down that route again. This RSV that has come and it hits our schools, it's really hard. I'm going to tell you, it's hard to watch those kids that are sick. Even though they're sick, their parents sent them to school. When you have a child that has 103 temperature and you watch that temperature going higher and you can't do anything for them, and you can't get a hold of the parents, please consider that medication, because of the time that we're in now. Whatever the reason is, that's all behind us. So I want to say thank you, and thank you, Cheryl. Cheryl, we've gone along. She's taught me a lot. I was out at Newcomb School. I spent 5 years out there. Went through a lot, and I always considered them at Newcomb. That's my family. That's my first family. And when they took that medicine away from them, I was devastated, because there's kids, you know, their grandparents, they go and they haul wood in the wintertime, and they don't have that access to the telephones, and you're trying to get a hold of them, and you're trying to call them, or you're sending for help, and there's nothing. That takes a long time for the ambulance to get out there. Please consider those things. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. So, I know we're not supposed to comment, but I do ask that if we could get a presentation so that we can have that discussion on the shoe game, and then also with this medication, if we can get that on the agenda so that we can discuss it and we can dive into it more. So we have our attorney here. Thank you. So we'll continue.
Ms. Aspis, may I just real quick, I know we're not supposed to, but may I?
Go ahead.
I just want the board to know, and everybody here, that our Natani, Mr. Chi, Dr. Chi, and Mr. Keeswood, Ms. Manus, Mr. Manus, these individuals are looked up highly in our community, in Hogback, Shiprock, Newcomb, all over. They're looked up as Natanis. Natanis are leaders, and they really know the culture. And what they're saying about the Navajo culture, about the shoe game, is absolutely correct. And I'll tell you one thing. These individuals, they have the most rapport with the students in the schools. These individuals have rapport with the students who need guidance, who need somebody to look and talk to them every day. These are the ones that are the grandparents. These are the ones that are the father figure. These are the ones that are the parent, the mother figures, the grandparent figures in the school that these kids don't have. So when they have the shoe game, when they have these presentations in their classrooms, Mr. Carlson, you're reaching out to the students who need it the most. And if you don't allow that, you're not allowing our students to grow, and that's their safety. You're going to let go of their safety. What I mean by that is that there's nobody else that they're going to turn to. They don't have trust. These kind of students that go to these particular individuals in the schools, they trust them. They don't trust anybody else. They don't trust anybody. So when they say we're gonna have this, we're gonna do the shoe game, we're gonna, and like the camaraderie that's built there, that's where the trust grows even more, and these kids learn more about how to make life decisions, how to right from wrong. It's in the culture. So I want to just express that, to take consideration that, we say that we have these Navajo cultural programs and classes, and these Navajo cultural teachers, let them teach the culture. Seriously. That's what they're there for. That's what they're getting paid for. They bring their knowledge. They may have a bachelor's or a master's or whatever degree, but you know what? When you have tradition, everybody has their own tradition. And when you're taught that all the way up in your life, and you're taught that, and you carry that as an adult, and you take that teaching on and you share it, that's more than just being a teacher. That's being part of your community. That's being, that's something that you can give a child, another student, an opportunity to say, you know what? When I was in high school, I'm in college now, but when I was in high school, we did the shoe game, and this is what it means. We did a string game, and this is what it means. And like right now, all the kids that are in college, they're taking their finals, they're taking their exams, they're stressed out. They're not home. They're stressed out. They don't know if they're going to pass or not. The shoe game, the string games, the stories from way back, the ancestors, those are what they turn to. Those are in their prayers. Those are what was said this evening about the Tadadin, when you pray and when you're in reverence with yourself. Those are the teachings that are in these shoe games and these customs that are in our tradition. And like I said, the individuals who are behind this and who are advocating and spoke up here tonight, they are the Natanis. They are looked up in our community as healers, traditionalists, and just somebody who can speak up vocally in the community. So I just wanted to share that and let you know a piece of that the individuals that spoke up, they're highly regarded for what they know and what they instill in the schools and what they instill in the Hogan. So thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go on to board member report, and maybe we'll make that your board member report. So, Secretary Wells, any board member report?
I would just like to comment on the opportunity I had to go to Albuquerque and attend the it wasn't a conference, but it was and training there was very informative, and I appreciate the opportunity. And we'll continue make as many of those as I can in the future to inform myself and bring that back to the board. Thank you.
Okay, Vice President Haskey, board member report.
Hi, good evening. I hope you hear me clearly. I'd like to say that we did, the last couple weeks ago, we went to the New Mexico School Board Association, and we're required to take X amount of training hours when we go to these when we go to this conference for the New Mexico School Board Association. And in tying to what our the people that just spoke, we've been advocating to have a Native American caucus for things like this, to bring light to how our culture is really important. And me, as myself, growing up in a very traditional, these are things that I value. I know how each has a teaching, from getting the yucca, planning how to do all to plan out a shoe game. That's something that my family does in the winter for our kids, for everybody. It's tying culture back to our family, and I advocate on a daily basis to revitalize our language, fighting for our language, our Denebasad. And when I hear these things where we have people that are feeling that we're not doing the right thing, if we're denying our students the opportunity to learn about their culture and the language and teachings behind everything, we are doing a disservice. And it ties back to everything that we do as a school board, especially if we have more than 97% of our students Navajo, and how we're advocating always to have our students learn Navajo, learn their culture. It affects their identity. It affects how they walk in this world, in the two worlds that they walk in. It affects their self-esteem, and it's also preventative measure. And I'll continue to advocate, and I hope that in the future, Navajo, the New Mexico School Board Association will allow us to have a Native American caucus. So things like these, like the shoe game and other things, can really be brought to light, where there isn't question if this is a religion or not, and where it can provide teachable moments for everybody. Thank you.
Board Member Montoya.
I have nothing to report.
Okay, so my board member report is along the lines of the conference that we attended in Albuquerque. And I don't know how much of you that watch, keep up on the news, and however what's in the talks now, and maybe going to Santa Fe through legislative actions, is 4 to 5 day school year. And we don't really have an issue because we stayed with the 5 day. But there are some schools down south and some other areas that have switched to a 4 day, and it's been more workable for them. But when you do the math, and there was concerns about there's more costs in transportation. Well, in all departments, your food, your staff, in all departments, there's that added cost to go from a 4-day to a 5-day. So they really had some opposition to that, and you know, and it's funny. I think Cheryl will attest to this, that, you know, as when we go there to these conferences and we hear news like that, or what's being proposed, bills that are being proposed, it makes you wonder, don't they even talk to the schools? Don't they even, because, you know, when you have a change like that, and then you're looking at, one school was looking at 1 point something million in extra costs and transportation only. And so everything with public education from New Mexico, is you always hear the talks about money, 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 money. And that's what it takes for things to move, to, you know, for things to happen. And so, but there's always strings to that. And so, you know, you have these things being proposed, and for us, our place in this little issue is, where's the local control? They keep telling school boards that we have the local control. I mean, such as this with the shoe game being cultural. One may see it as gambling, and whereas, you know, maybe perhaps the board as a whole sees it as a cultural game, learning tool, and so it all goes back to that, you know, that we're there, and as Ms. Haskey had, Vice President Haskey had said, we're pushing for Native caucus to where, but we're outnumbered in those conferences, and we don't really have the numbers for that. But you know, to deal with issues like this, to have support. And then also with that, you know, I do stand up. I know what's on Facebook is pictures of the board at a dinner table, and that's not all we do. I do stand up, and you know, I really think my board members can say that. Not to boast, not to be prideful, but I do make my way to the mic and voice my concerns of the district, and I you know, try to not make things political, but when you're in that realm, when you truly understand, it is political, and so. You know, I let the governor know that her decisions that she's making on the 4th floor are destroying my community, which is here. And those of you that don't know, our homelessness rate has gone up. And last year we were looking at about 150 plus, but now it's over 600 plus. So that's reality, and it seems like the ones that make these decisions, the ones at the state level in Santa Fe, the governor included, they don't really want to hear these things. They don't, and it's going to take money. It's going to take money to address some of this and to help those students, and so there's a lot that we're fighting and voicing and standing up for. So I just wanted to share that, and when I saw that on Facebook, that's not the whole story. Yes, we do attend. Yes, we do sit into sessions, and they have a dinner, but that's not the whole story. So, thank you. Okay, we'll go on to the next item, superintendent report.
Thank you, Board President Aspis, members of the board. To continue on with what Board President Aspis was talking about there, I got some sign language from Dr. Harvey, who is now saying that the numbers are actually above 700. And so it's even more shocking. So again, one of the things that Board President just spoke about is her willingness to go in front of a large group of people and to bring our concerns to the state of New Mexico. And that's pretty important thing to do, and she is unafraid to do that, as is the rest of the board. And so I appreciate the board for that. So I just want to say a couple things about that. I did go to the NMSBA, the New Mexico School Boards Association conference, with the board members. We attended some sessions together, different members and I, and different members went to other sessions. But we learned quite a bit about working together. So I hope we learned enough that we can continue on next year. And I just want to kind of talk about some of the goals that I have for next year. But first, I want to put a little plug in. I don't know if everybody knows this, but there is a meeting that started, another meeting, 12 minutes ago, I believe. Was it 6 o'clock or was it 5:30? I'm sorry, 5:30. Yeah, it started in Shiprock. And so it's okay if we're missing that meeting, because we will have another meeting also next week in Kirtland. So there'll be a community meeting here in Kirtland. There's one tonight for those of you who want to head over there after this, or after this portion of it, whatever portion you want to stay for. There is an important meeting where we can hear community voice in Shiprock. Many of the folks that are here right now, including the assistant superintendent and the directors, were in attendance with myself last Monday night in Newcomb. And Newcomb always has great turnout, and we had a lot of great questions from community members. If you're a community member, this is a great time for you to be able to stand up and say, what's going on with this in our district? You can ask us anything, and we don't mind answering those questions, because we're here to serve you. So feel free to show up at those meetings and ask any questions you want. Again, tonight's in Shiprock, and next week is in Kirtland at Bon Wilson, I believe. And there is food. Meals will be provided. And last week, by the way, it was delicious. It was a fantastic meal. Just a couple things. Again, I just want to thank Cheryl George for her service, because it really is a pleasure serving with you, as it is with other members of the board. But we will miss you here in these meetings, and we will miss you on the school board. Again, with my work with the school board, some of the things I've talked about during the last year, I just want to kind of bring up. I'll just highlight some bullet points. Number one thing for me is really student achievement. I want people to understand that the students of this district, remember I've said this before, they can perform at levels the same and above levels of other students in our state and in our nation. And again, we have pockets this last year where that's true in math and in reading, and they've shown that. We're behind where we need to be, but we're going to push for that, and that's something I hope the board pushes me to push my directors and all of our principals and all of those folks working in our school to push those expectations that our students can perform at those levels. I want to bring back families. We still have families who are not going to school in this district. The families live in this district. We need those families back. And the way we do that is we offer programs that are exciting, where kids want to go. We need to have gifted education. We need to have career and technical education, as someone has already talked about this evening. It's very important. We need to get the best teachers we can for our students. Central office, we need to be about customer service. I think we're getting better, but we're not where we need to be. We're here to support schools, every single one of us in central office. That's why we're here. And so if you ever feel like that's not happening, please let me know. I know there's a chain of command, but I need to know about that so we can fix it. Also, I'm going to work on making sure I'm going to be positive. I'm going to communicate with people, and I expect all the directors and principals and others to do the same thing. we're about positive communication, listening to parents and community members. That's extremely important to us because you're the reason why we're here. And I believe that brings trust ultimately. And so those are kind of some of the big points I just want to bring out again and again. I know some of you are like, you've said all those things. I have, and I'm going to say them again as long as I'm here. So again, I appreciate everybody. Again, school board, thank you again for that conference. I appreciate spending that time with them all. So, okay.
Okay, we'll go on to 5A, Heart of America Partnership and Project by Alfreda Harvey.
Good evening, Doyate. Tachini Nishlay, my Dashiji Bashish Chin, but Ani Dashiche, Tatsoni Dashanella, Dr. Alfreda Harvey and Shia. I work with the ICO department for the safety net program, and I take care of the McKinney-Vento program for our district. You already heard about our numbers hitting over 700 recently, just this week, with more students coming in for service and support. And a lot of that has been the referrals that we've been getting from the schools lately has increased this last month. So we anticipate that number to go even higher through the winter months coming up. So with that said, I would like to present to the board this evening. Good evening, Board President and members of the board and Superintendent Carlson. I have an organization, Heart of America, who's on with me this evening. They have representatives, Kate Sorsted and then Milo, I believe Fowler, who are on with me, and they'll be speaking with me for this project that I'm going to present. We'll be partnering with Heart of America in the spring of 2024, more specifically at the end of March, to provide and install 30 solar kits for families, students and families of our district, and who are in need of electrical access. In addition to that, Heart of America will also be partnering with us to do a transformation project at one of our schools. And I have them on so that they can better explain what it is these projects are going to be doing, what are they going to do, and how are they going to support and serve our students and their families. This goes along with our McKinney-Vento program families that are in need, but also extending that to additional families if we don't have 30 families identified by February for these projects to happen. But we'll also be partnering with community organizations to help us. They're going to be coming in for just a few days to install all of these solar kits at the homes. So we're going to reach out to partners, and then even in our own district, people who know the area and the communities where these families are going to be located and identified, and they're going to be helping to take groups of students that are going to be coming in, engineering students and so forth, who are going to come in to help install these kits. They'll take them into the community and help guide them so that they're not getting lost. So without further ado, I'd like to have our representatives from Heart of America. Are you on with us?
We are, yes.
Awesome.
Yep, we are here. This is Milo Fowler.
Thanks, Milo. Thank you, Kate, for being here. Go ahead and introduce yourselves, and you have the next few minutes to do your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Yate, Shikedo Shidene, Tobanshno do Kentachini Bashina do, Honani Dasha Chedo, Na Kaidene Dashanella. Good evening, family and relatives. My name is Milo Fowler. I was born at Fort Defiance and raised between Steamboat and Coppermine in Arizona at my maternal and paternal grandparents' homes. And I'm fortunate enough to be where I am today. And a large part of that is because of the upbringing that I had to speak the language, to, as we talked about the shoe game, I remember those, my culture, my heritage, and where I come from. And a crucial teaching that we have is to learn and to come home to help your people. And I'm a National Geographic photographer, and most importantly, a husband and father. And between 2015 and 2019, during photography trips, I powered several hundred homes of elders, single parents, and families across Dinebekeya, across Navajo land, using proceeds from my photography business. And when the pandemic happened, I thought of a few students across Navajo, and you're probably aware that for some students, it can take anywhere from an hour or two just to get to school. While the rest of the nation continued their education and getting ahead, this included our own two kids. I had to help students back home for remote learning by providing solar power, school supplies, grade appropriate books from Indigenous authors and illustrators, solar lanterns and PPEs. And at that point, that's when I joined Heart of America to continue the work by helping over, collectively together, we helped over 11,000 students with these distance learning kits. And a large part of that is because I know what it's like to do homework in front of a wood burning stove, under a kerosene lamp, or a flashlight in one hand and a pencil in the other. It's not a way to complete tasks and homework. And I'm grateful for sports like cross country because I had to maintain my grades in order to compete. And fortunately, we won 4A state championships every year in cross country. And that wasn't because of me. It was because of our team and coaches. And together we accomplished so much. And now with the advancements of technology, like the internet, the ability to have meetings like the one we're having right now, and education power is needed. And with Heart of America, since the pandemic, we've powered nearly 200 homes across the Dinebekeya, across Navajo land. And I want to mention one of the very first few families I ever helped was a grandma raising her two grandsons just west of the hospital there in Shiprock, right across Farm Road, if you know where that's at. And these solar kits are strong enough to operate small refrigerators. And after leaving their house, I went to Page, Arizona to lead a photography workshop to a dozen photographers who flew in from all over the world to learn photography from me. And from Shiprock to Page, that's a 3-hour drive. And I'll never forget that because by the time I got to Page, I got a message from the grandma, and they were saying, we're making Jell-O for the very first time at our house. And I never forgot that because in addition to having a refrigerator, they were able to keep medicine at proper temperatures, which was the reason why this work was important. And so what's even more amazing on top of that is back then was one of the boys, the older boy, his name was Aiden. At the time, he was close to being very last in his third grade, out of the entire third grade. And within a month, he was leading his class in grades, attendance, attitude, behavior, just because he was able to read, because he was able to have this power source. And on our next trip with Heart of America, like what was mentioned, we plan to power 30 more homes, and we hope those will be families within your school district. And I'm joined in this meeting with my incredible colleague, Kate Sorsted, who's our Vice President of Operations at Heart of America. And I'll have her share a few more things as well. I see, yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Milo. And, you really captured what we plan to do. We've had the privilege of working across Navajo Nation over the last 3 years. And as Milo said, we've already powered nearly 200 student homes. We've worked in 5 different communities so far, and we're very excited to be bringing our partnership to yours next. This spring, we will be partnering with California Polytechnical Institute, as was mentioned, to bring a few engineering students to the community and install these 30 small kits. There'll be a basic battery with some panels, some lights, hopefully refrigeration, and then school supplies. It's an awesome project that we will be doing over the course of a week. But in addition to that, we have an opportunity to select in coordination with the board and the superintendent's office one school space to renovate in coordination with some of our partners as well. So excited to share more in the coming weeks and look forward to this partnership.
Thank you very much, Kate and Milo, for your presentation and the information that you elaborated on. At this time, board members, we stand for questions.
Any questions, comments, board members?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
How do they determine the selection of the recipients? Is it just based off of need, first come, first serve? Is there anything in particular that, or the parameters to meet?
So we always go through the school district because you all have, you know, the best eyes into the community. It also helps us ensure, even after we leave, if there's any problems with the system, we're able to get them a point of contact who then can reach out to us for further troubleshooting. So we will identify based on student homes, so students accessing the space to do homework or spend time, and they can't be connected to the grid. They could have power cords running to a different house on the property. They could be using a generator, but what we're looking to bring is that stable, free access to power.
Does that answer your question, Board Member Montoya?
Yeah, it does. And I certainly appreciate the fact that they're considering doing that, because I know what it's like to have to plug the Hogan into the next door neighbors for electricity. Did that for a couple of years, so I absolutely understand. Thank you.
Yeah. And we really love being able to work with the different schools and the districts to identify, to go meet the families, to make sure everything is very clear and understood in the process. It's entirely free for the families and the school district. So just trying to remove any barriers possible.
Any other questions?
I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment.
Okay.
I have no questions.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you to the organization for coming out and helping our families. And also thank you to Dr. Harvey for finding the organizations that are out, that are able to help our families and our students. So I appreciate both very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah.
I have a comment and a question. After the 30, is it 30 or 35?
30.
30 families, will there be an opportunity to open it up to more, because we have so many in need for this?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We always, and you know, a lot of our model is based on funding that we have, but we know we have these 30 that are coming available in the end of March. And then we also have another 20 for later in the spring. And then we're always fundraising, gathering money, and bringing in partners. So absolutely, our goal is to power thousands. And so we're just starting.
Okay, thank you.
So in addition to this, board members, I'd like to share that Kate and Milo are going to be giving us some information about cost for these kits. And then in addition to that, solar project that we're going to do on the side for the bus stops that are needing lighting. So I think there might be one in particular towards the Nahazad area that was a concern before. Mm-hmm. And I talked to the chapter president of Nahazad just the other day, and we're going to schedule a meeting to see how we can get that light up, solar powered light. And Milo is going to be helping us get something together as a packet so that we can get that up as soon as we can. That's where the students go to wait for the bus in the mornings. And of course, it's dark in the mornings when they're getting on. So that's something on the side that we're going to work on with this organization. And hopefully we can get something going right away. Norm Gaze, who I'm talking about, he's really excited to get together with us to see what we can do to expedite that project.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Heart of America. So, you know, I'm just hoping that as you said, stable, electricity. I really hope on that. So thank you. We'll go on to item B, best practices and lessons learned of the Wyman Teen Outreach Program by Eudora Red House.
Yat a she Eudora Red House yunshia hashkushne shle toha glini bashishtin the Bethlejana deshache auto tat desani deshanella. Good morning or good evening, board members, Madam President, and Superintendent, and also community members and parents who are listening online. I am with Capacity Builders. I'm a senior project director there. I've been with CBI coming up on 7 years now. Next month, I started out as a project coordinator, worked my way up to a manager and director, now senior director. So I'm going to give you a little bit of insight on our program. And I have our coordinator here. Gerald, can you raise your hand? And I also have a few of our prevention educators who are tuning in online. But we're gonna shed some positive light on our program. And we deliver the Wyman Teen Outreach Program, also known as TOP, to some of the high school students within CCSD. And this past year, with our funders' approval, we were able to expand that into some of the middle schools within Newcomb and also Shiprock. So, next slide. So this is our disclaimer. Everything that we're presenting doesn't reflect on our funders. Next slide. This is just to give everyone a little bit of insight about teen pregnancy and the birth rates for females between 15 and 19 years old. As you can see, San Juan County exceeds the state of New Mexico's rates. And in addition to that, the state of New Mexico also exceeds the national rate for teen pregnancy. Next slide. And taking a deeper look at that, a lot of individuals, females that are between 15 and 19-year-old, predominantly, most of them are Native American back in 2020, and then the following year it was Hispanics. Next slide. So our curriculum is a positive youth development curriculum. We go into the schools every week. We do a variety of different topics that could be from healthy relationships to self-esteem. We do have a community service learning component, and every student is required to complete at least 20 hours of community service learning. And we work really closely with either the PE teachers or the high school teachers, the health teachers that would help us to deliver this program in their classroom during school hours. Next slide. So some of our goals and outcomes, we really try to encourage students to improve in the social and emotional component of the curriculum. It really challenges them to be open, to get out of their comfort zone, and to participate in some of the class discussion. It also supports their development for establishing a positive sense of self and also encouraging their peers. It strengthens their connections to not only their peers and the school, but their families and their community. And overall, we do track to see what type of an impact it has when it comes to academic outcomes. And also, is there an impact when it comes to risky behaviors, and is it reduced? Next slide. So like I said, in order for us to have highly trained prevention educators that go into the classroom, we really try to meet their needs so that they can meet students at where they're at. Next slide. So these next slides, I'm going to be providing a snapshot of what our year 3 looked like. So in our year 3, we had a total enrollment of 504 youth within CCSD. Predominantly, most of them were females, followed by males. Next slide. Majority of them were 9th graders, and then in the spring, when we were able to get our funders' approval to expand into the middle schools, our second most participants identified as 6th graders. Next slide. When it comes to the age, predominantly most of them are 14 years old, followed by 16 years old. Next slide. And about more than 85% of our students identify as American Indian or Alaskan Native, followed by most of them identifying with either more than two ethnicities. Next slide. And these next couple of slides are impact from our pre and post surveys of a sample of 432 youth. So when they came in, they do partake in a pre-survey, and then when they complete the program, we like to give them a post-survey. So with this here, we did see a slight increase when it came to grades in their school. Next slide. When we take a look at in-school suspension, we did see a slight decrease, and we're definitely going to take that as a win. Next slide. When it came to out-of-school suspension, we did see a slight decrease. And with this one, we were really happy to make a connection and partnership with Navajo Nation Probation Department. We actually had a probation officer reach out to our program and had mentioned that one of their clients had mentioned our program and wanted a copy of their certificate of completion because they had lost it. So moving forward, we do attend their resource meetings, and then vice versa. Any type of meetings that we host, we make sure that they're invited to the table. Next slide. When it comes to communication, like I said, it really makes students step out of their comfort zone, and we do see an impact at the end of the program. Everyone is communicating with each other. When we do plan out those community service learning projects, they're also working in collaboration with our prevention educators. Next slide. When it comes to these individuals identifying that they can understand how other people feel, we did see a slight increase in that. Next slide. And through the community service learning component, we did see a slight increase in their self-efficacy of feeling that they do feel like they make their community a better place. Next slide. When it comes to their future, they feel hopeful. More students reported that they are looking forward to their future. Through the program, they do establish short-term goals as well as long-term goals. Next slide. And overall, they do report that being a part of TOP, they felt safe and they felt belonged. A safe place to have them say what they think. They feel physically safe. They felt that the facilitator supported them, they helped them, they cared about them, and overall they were really glad to be a part of the program. Next slide. Now, a few lessons learned from our staff. Three main ones I'm going to highlight. Recruiting school districts and schools. From the beginning, we did see a slight turnover in some of the PE and health teachers at some of the high schools, but making sure that the person that's coming in to take over that position, we made sure that we introduced ourselves and we established a relation with them. If there's anything that they need in their classroom, we're there. We want to help them so that they can have a good school year. When it came to recruiting teachers, getting their buy-in was really important, and that was, we got to be really innovative in that part. What kind of coffee do you like? I come from Farmington. I'm going out to Newcomb. So we, like I said, we get really creative. When it comes to recruiting students, being out in the community, whether it's health fairs, meeting with Office of Dene Youth in Shiprock, or even the chapter house, and getting the word out about our program, because parental consent is very important for our program, especially if we're giving out pre and post surveys. Next slide. When it comes to best practices for youth engagement, I really value my team. I'm really blessed to have prevention educators that are not only empathetic, they're approachable, they're knowledgeable, they're energetic, they greet students, and they also establish really great ground rules such as spelling doesn't count. Don't let that hinder you from participating in our sessions. And all of this really helps to create a safe space. And if they do feel that they're safe in the classroom, you will see that in their attendance. And I'm so happy because with the amount of students that we had come through our program, we had an attendance higher than 75%. Next slide. Teacher testimonials. I'm going to do a shout out to Mr. Qua from Shiprock High School. He is one of our biggest supporters of our program. He sees it in the classroom. Sometimes, even though a class might be quiet, the handouts that he collects, he's able to read some of the responses and the reflections, and he sees it. And he's a big advocate for our program. And not only that, we were able to help their grad project this past year with making sure that we could provide some refreshments, some door prizes, so that we could keep some of the graduating seniors safe that day. Next slide. Student testimonial. So we had one student that did a day 1 and day 2 reflection. And you could see the difference. Day 1 obviously states that she's really hesitant about the program. She didn't know if she wanted to be a part of it. But after going through some of the activities, she was able to also get out of her comfort zone, break out of her shell, and participate. Day 2, she definitely recommended her program. So if you want to read this, definitely let me know. I wish I could have enlarged it, but you're more than happy to let me know, and I can get you a copy. Next slide. And overall, I just want to say our project is a part of the Navajo Nation Human Research Review Board because we do give out the pre and post surveys. We were there in Flagstaff, Arizona back in October, and we were able to share the same presentation to them. We got some great feedback. Northern Navajo Agency, because if you're going through IRB, you do have to get Northern Navajo Agency's support and buy-in. And just overall, all of the parents, the administrators, the board, thank you for letting us be in the classrooms and continuing to support our program. So that's all that I have right now. Here's our team's contact information, myself, Eudora, Gerald, Charlene, and McKenna. So at this time, board members, if you have any questions, I am happy to address them.
So I have a comment. There's always room for, not to say you're bad or anything, but nothing's ever really perfect. Have you found where you needed to improve in something as you went along?
Great question. Staff burnout. I do get a lot of burnout from staff members with the distance traveling, especially out to Newcomb, the amount of class time that they're in. Like, for example, Kirtland is one of our biggest schools, and we do have high participation there. But being in a classroom, actually multiple classrooms, 6 periods in one day, back to back, it does take a toll on our team. And so I usually advocate, test it out for at least a month. See which areas you need the biggest support in, and we'll try to work around that. With the travel, we don't have additional fleet vehicles within our organization, so most of the time our staff has to use their own personal vehicles, and we took that into consideration when we reapplied for funding, and that was one of the things that we wrote in, is a request to see if it was an allowable cost to purchase a fleet vehicle within CBI so that we could travel safely with a dependable and a reliable vehicle for transportation. And not only that, I forgot to mention that this coming spring, we're also going to be expanding to Winter Rock Unified School District. They caught wind of our program and the impact, and they also want us to come out there. So that vehicle would definitely help us with having our staff to get from point A to point B safely.
Thank you. Any other questions, board members?
I have
Comment.
no questions.
Secretary Welsh,
No.
what was that?
No questions or comments?
I have no questions.
Board Member
I have a
George?
comment.
Go ahead, Board Member Montoya.
I want to thank you for that information that you just presented. I was going through it again. And that's useful in the sense of you see a downward trend, and hopefully that will, teen pregnancies will decrease to give a greater opportunity for these young adults and students to fulfill their dreams. And so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know that you've had this program prior in the years before, and it was really successful in the junior high and high school. But I do want to commend the part on the for the pregnancy and also for the healthy relationships, because on Navajo Nation that we have a high rate of domestic violence in relationships. We have boys and girls who are having a lot of domestic violence, and it impacts they become homeless because they get kicked out of whatever family they're living with, and then they can't go to school, they don't have no transportation, and so we really need these programs in our district for our students. And then also for the prevention of pregnancy, we have our young kids in junior high, even sixth graders who are in relationships. It's hard to hear those things, but fifth and sixth graders are in relationships and they're sexually active. They are. And Navajo Nation has the highest rate for sexual diseases, STIs, where Navajo Nation has the highest out of the United States. Our little Navajo Nation have higher rates of STIs than the United States. So our community really, our students really need to be educated on that and how to have, because they're going to have sex whether their parents say no or not. They're going to find a place to have relations. And so getting them into these programs and teaching them skills and how to take care of themselves and how to take care of their health, we really need that. And like I said again, when you have a community member of a student who has to drop out of high school because she became a mom and they have no running water, they're really living in dire straits, and their only access was to graduate high school, but then they got pregnant. So that the parents were already, in dire straits, and now their hopefulness was for their student to graduate and go on and have a successful career, but then that student got pregnant. So now the cycle continues to where the daughter has limitations. She's a dropout, she's a mother, and she can't get a really good job, maybe McDonald's or something, but then she's providing for her whole family, which is the mom, the grandma, the kids, the brother, the boyfriend. She's supporting that on a McDonald's salary. And I was just at McDonald's, I think, and the minimum wage is like 13 something that just got raised, and you can't make a living off of that. And for her to go back to school, it's not really in her reality right now, So where did we in the school system fail that? Because a lot of disagreements to have these kind of programs in the schools is really advocated because by people who are against it. But on the latter side, we're trying to prevent what I was just telling you about, because now that cycle continued into the next generation, And now the grandparent is taking care of the grandkids, and they have no vehicle, so they're walking in the community to wherever they need to go, and the grandma has the grandkids. So those are the cycles that we need to try and change with these programs in the school. And that's where I see that, you know, Capacity Builders comes in, and you guys really do a good job. And like I said, back a few years when you guys were here, when Dr. Bowman was here, those programs really excelled. So I want to thank you for coming back and presenting and trying to get back into our schools. So I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Whoever's coming up next, I'm going to turn this off, so just remember to turn it back on.
Okay, we're at C, request for approval of gift donation for SHS San Juan County Leadership San Juan Project for the class of 2024 by Vicki Lake.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, sorry to do this online, but I am in Las Vegas, Nevada right now at the Intertribal Ag Council with 10 students from Shiprock High School. So as I usually like to do this in person, I was unavailable to do it in person today. And I just need to clarify, this is actually a donation from the Leadership San Juan class of 2024, and it is for Shiprock High School Agriculture FFA classes. It is a donation for materials and supplies to build a hoop house and raised garden beds to help teach greenhouse management and sustainable agriculture. This is also going to be partnering with the science department. So students will be involved in working with the San Juan leadership to put the hoop house up and also make the raised garden bed. So it's a partnership with Leadership San Juan Project class of 2024 for Shiprock High School Agriculture FFA and the science department. It's not the Shiprock High School class of 2024. Are there any questions? Can I clarify anything?
Any questions? Board members?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lake.
Thank you. And again, sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Okay, is that included in your explanation of what you're gonna be doing? Is that all included in the paperwork?
Yes, it should be.
Okay.
Sharon, can you to the other paper? It's I believe it's there. But I just wanted to clarify, it's not Shiprock High School class of 2024. It's called San Juan County Leadership, and they call themselves class of 2024 because it's for the year. But right there, yes, donation, description of donation, supplies and materials for hoop house and raised garden beds.
Okay.
Quote on supplies and materials completed by San Juan Leadership, educational purposes for plant and greenhouse sciences. Students will partner with Leadership San Juan to set up and build the hoop house as well as raised garden beds to support community involvement, partnership, and education. And we're also working with the science department at Shiprock High School.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, that'd be it. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
So we'll go on to item D, CCSD disposable request, Transportation Department by Cindy Theodore. Go ahead, Theodore.
Good afternoon, board member, our board president and board members and audience. I have a disposal request here for one 2006 bus and three district vehicles, a 2001 Chevy Malibu and a 2007, both 2007 service trucks. These vehicles are, the Malibu has been retired. It hasn't been operable for probably over a year. And the Thomas school bus has also been retired. The 2007 Chevy service trucks for transportation. So the mileage is pretty high, and we've been having to, the cost on upkeeping it is getting high. So my plan is to trade these two vehicles in to replace one service truck, and it would go out to our Newcomb mechanic. So that's what I have. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions, board members? Nope. Thank you, Ms. Theodore.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay. We'll go on to E, Food Services Report by Candace Thompson.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, and community members. I was asked to provide a report on food service. First, I would like to start with celebrating our food service staff and the efforts that they do every day. To date, we have served almost 32,000 meals in this district to date. That's during break, during Thanksgiving break, again at Christmas break, and summer break. We continue to serve our students and provide services for them. It comes as a heartbreak that we had a meal that wasn't very presentable to our students at Kirtland Middle School and Kirtland High School. And I just want to express that we have reached out to the community member and not received a call back the day that the meal was prepared. And with me tonight, I have John Joyner from SFE and Armando Chacon, who are great assets to the district. They're really helping our staff in the kitchens. We have a lot of talented ladies in the kitchens, and they are just helping them in their talents that they have not ever been helped before. So we have apologized for that presentation of the meal. We were provided the information from the superintendent, and so with that, I stand for any questions from the board on the item.
Okay, I'll go first. So this made Facebook. The quality, some pictures showed up on Facebook, and didn't look too appetizing, and then I wondered. I know it was kind of like at the last minute, the 11th hour, that we were trying to fulfill that contract. Am I right?
Board President, to answer your question, yeah, it took a little bit for us to get the contractor in place to work through those items. So there definitely has been some hiccups based on some contracts that we are currently in with our food supplier. We're not able to get out of that contract until the end of the year, until our contract ends. So we are working with what we have and what they're able to supply us. And as I said, it's unfortunate that one bad meal shows up on Facebook, and yet 32,000 meals that we've prepared, not one good comment has showed up on Facebook from our community. So, you know, I'm always here to support our kitchen staff. These ladies and gentlemen have worked tirelessly, as you know, during COVID, and you know, they're getting the support they need through this new transition.
But as I asked, we got them at the 11th hour, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so and is this local?
As you recall, when the board approved the contract, they
I
have.
mean, are their offices local?
They are in our building. Yes, ma'am. Their home office, as you recall, is in Arizona, and then they also have an office in Albuquerque. But they are housed in our district. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you know, I really didn't get to read the whole, what was, I mean, there was like 11 pages, if you say, on Facebook about the meals, and to me it looked bad. It looked bad.
As we said, the
And
presentation wasn't
let me finish,
great.
please. Let me finish. So, you know, with all evening we were saying that, you know, a lot of our students come from homes that don't even get a meal, and then we've recently had heating issues where, and I think this morning there was another one. So we have students that come from homes that are cold, and so when they look forward to school, coming to school, they look forward to a good meal. They look forward to the security and, you know, the people that they know that they can go to. They look forward to heat, and you know, and some of those things we take for granted, but to some of our students, that's a lot. And so I just ask that, you know, our food services are better than that. I think I think money is there to be, you know, to pay for such service, and you know, when these things happen, it comes back here, and so I did put on there, you know, to please be at our board meetings, you know, to ask questions, to And, you know, because, you know, I'd like to be fair too. But again, we go back to, this is under contract, and it's, we are paying for those services, and I think we need to do better.
Thank you, Board President.
So, any other comments, board members? We're on item E. Oh, before you go any further, the yellow envelopes, that is a complaint, so I don't know if you want to go ahead and look at them. If you do, then no. Yeah, you excuse yourself from anything else further. So any more questions?
Madam
comments?
President?
Go ahead.
Was it more than just the presentation? Was it, and I understand that if it doesn't look appetizing, why it's not, you know, and like President Aspis was talking about, hopefully these kind of things don't take place with students who look forward to this one meal, or but I'm aware of this. Can you enlighten me what was wrong with the
Board President, Secretary Wells. So we did read all the comments, and none of the comments said that the meal wasn't good. All the comments reflected on the presentation of the meal. That was not the only entree that was available to students that day. There was other choices for a meal that were presented that day. So the comments that were shared with us and that we were able to read, nothing said anything about the taste. It was all about the presentation. So it was on a hoagie bun, which the ladies had made, homemade hoagie bun with meatballs on it and cheese sauce. So you had yellow cheese sauce, an orange, tater tots, and broccoli on the tray. So there was a lot of yellow on the tray.
I thought you were going to tell me that was all on the bun, and I didn't say how.
No, sir. No, Secretary Wells, it wasn't all on the bun.
Well,
so
a hoagie can be kind of scary, you know.
Yeah, sometimes. So to your question, the comments that were shared with us, we did not see anything about taste. It was all about the presentation. And as you know, if it doesn't look good, children don't want to try it. They don't want to eat it. And you can understand that.
And there was also the bacon.
And the bacon was a separate incident. It was turkey bacon that was served for breakfast at Kirtland High School. There was 2 slices of bacon that were well done. I have friends that's the way they eat their bacon. I would not. So there again, that's kind of a personal choice, but that student didn't like the color of the bacon because it was done.
Well, first of all, I wouldn't eat the turkey bacon. I know that's personal, but turkey is not a bacon.
Right.
Give me a pig.
Exactly. I'm with you, and I like mine, just barely cooked. So I'm one of those that wouldn't eat something well done, because I don't eat my meat well done. I eat my meats pretty rare. So
the issue is with the presentation.
Yes, sir.
Entirely.
From the comments that we were able to read that were shared with us.
Okay.
We did hear, some people did enjoy it. Actually, our manager there at the middle school, she did eat the sandwich. She did try the sandwich that she served to the students, and she enjoyed it. But here again, that's a personal choice.
And I guess along with that, are any of our traditional foods being served?
Yes, Board President. We have been serving traditional blue corn mush in the mornings throughout the district, and actually it was well received at Kirtland Elementary School. Our manager there didn't think that the children would receive it well, and actually all the children received it very well. It was a pretty big hit. So, and that's a thing, our children are now being introduced to new foods instead of the old menu where it was just pizza, chicken nuggets, hamburgers, just the same thing every 4 weeks in a different order. So we'll be sending out surveys to parents and the schools asking what they would like to see on their menus. But as you spoke earlier, they've only been with us 4 weeks. So we're doing a lot of training, supporting our kitchen staff in areas. We have a chef that's here helping. So, we're just supporting our cooks and our managers in our kitchens and giving them the well-deserved support that they need. And like I said, they prepare every meal with love. And it's unfortunate that the good stuff isn't celebrated, that, this one meal out of almost 32,000 meals was highlighted. I can give you the totals. Just at Kirtland Middle School, between October and November, we served 14,274 meals at that school alone in 2 months. That's a lot of food for those children.
As traditional food, Madam President, when I was going to school in Tuba City, every Wednesday was mutton stew and fry bread. So
Wow.
that was Wednesday fare.
I realize we can't cater to everyone, I realize that. But somebody in the food business, and especially cafeteria, I think you would know.
And that's what we're working to support
Yeah.
the staff on, presentation. And if we need to substitute something, it's okay for them to substitute that. We're giving them that leeway where, in the past, I don't believe they felt confident enough that they could make some tweaks to the menu. And we're helping them with that. So, like I said, we did reach out with no response, to express our apologies for the meal. So we just take it as constructive criticism and we just move on and do better.
Okay, any other questions? Go ahead.
Question.
Go ahead, Board Member Montoya.
Superintendent? I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Are we utilizing our culinary arts program at Bond Wilson to train our school cook staff? So I think that certainly would enhance their abilities along with the leadership that they do have now assisting them. Is that a consideration, or could that be a consideration?
Board President Aspis, Board Member Montoya, it's currently not been a consideration. It could be. We do have chefs with this company that do work with the cooks, though, and do the training on all the sites, at all the sites.
I understand that, but since we have that in-house within the school system itself, you would think that it would benefit them as well.
Absolutely. We can absolutely relay that and suggest that. It's a good suggestion.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board President, may I?
Go ahead.
So in addition to the presentation that wasn't received very well, I also wanted to point out the fact that along with this, there's a lot of students who do not eat the food every day that is being served. We lose money with lunch and breakfast being thrown in the trash. I see custodians taking apples, oranges, the milk, and putting it to the side before it's tossed into the trash. I commend the cafeteria workers and that department because they do their due diligence, but every day. If we can get a count on that every day, if somebody's standing there every day counting every tray that gets dumped in they're not eating it. Full food, like full trays of food just being in the trash. So that's another thing that, I know you guys you can't win for losing, and, so maybe with the gentleman here and then your chef, and then as what Member Montoya had mentioned about Bon Wilson, maybe we can, I know the students love salads. Maybe we need to get a salad bar in there because they will eat the salad. They love that. And then maybe, Mr. Superintendent, maybe taking into consideration having the school district let the kids go play outside, do their recess before they eat lunch, and then after the 30-minute recess or 15-minute recess, come back into the cafeteria and then eat, because then maybe they'll burn up all their energy and then they're going to be hungry and there won't be so many, wasteful food because they're going to be hungry when they come in after they play. So, but I commend the food staff. I mean, just keep cooking. And
Board President
yeah, thanks.
Aspis, Member George, thank you for that, and that means a lot, to our food service ladies and gentlemen that prepare those meals. I know for myself, I have a grandson that will not eat anything but chicken nuggets, and I mean morning, noon, and night. That child will not try anything else. So it is difficult to feed the masses of students that we have because each has, a different palate, but we're trying to expand their palates and give them the opportunity to try something different.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you coming physically here. I mean, that says a lot also. And I know we can't cater, I know, but, and it does concern me about the waste because not too long ago, my daughter was in school and she, she had the same complaints but, I really appreciate you being here too. Thank you.
Board President, if I could please share with everybody that's watching us on Zoom, please know that we will be providing lunches, breakfast, a hot breakfast, and hot lunch during the break, starting on the 18th, 19th, and 20th at Kirtland Middle School, Shiprock High School, and Newcomb High School, for students to come and receive a hot meal on those 3 days. And then on Wednesday, they will pick up a packet of food to last them through the break. So there'll be 7 meals, correct, Armando? 9 meals. There will be 9 meals that they can pick up for the break. Yeah, breakfast and lunch. So if we can share that with everybody and be sure that anybody who needs meals over that holiday, please come to those sites and pick up meals. Okay? Yeah. there'll be some options and choice in the meals that we send home. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go on to item F. And I'll let Vice President read that. Of item F. There's a lot of $20 words.
My daughter would call those $3 words.
Defiance, positive defiance.
Deviance.
Sorry, deviance during COVID-19 mandatory school closures. I'm not even on. Am I on? Oh, is it on?
Oh. Okay. Let's see. We got to hold it far enough away too. The pedagogical. I just said it.
Pedagogical.
Disruptive innovations and positive deviance during COVID-19 mandatory school closures, a case study of public school teachers in San Juan County, New Mexico by David R. McGee, Liberty University PhD candidate, and our own Leandro Venturino. Sorry.
Good evening, Board President, Vice President, board members, Superintendent, and everyone here. So I'm actually here to introduce a gentleman. It was a pleasure to meet him more than a week ago. We had a great conversation about the research that he is trying to pursue in regards with our teachers, participating in his research studies. So I'm here to kind of like introduce him and at the same time assist him in the presentation, but I will have him introduce himself and then read the letter that he sent to the board president and the board and the superintendent. Thank you.
Well, greetings. My name is Dave McGee, and hello from the Blue Ridge of Northern Virginia. We just had 6 inches of snow this morning, and it's cold. I am a doctoral candidate at Liberty University down in Lynchburg, Virginia, and I'm originally from San Juan County. I graduated from Bloomfield High School back in 1980, and I still have family that lives in the county. And it was in one of the discussions I had with my sister that this idea of my study emerged. Now, a lot of people have opinions of COVID, but what I wanted to do is understand what people did to mitigate the issues of COVID, how they adapted their classroom, adapted their curriculum, adapted their approach. And I picked San Juan County because it's such a unique geographic place. In fact, there's only one place I can think of that's probably as unique, and that happens to be up in Alaska, because you have the isolation from a large metropolitan area, but you also have groups of communities. Now, in my study, I'm using snowball networking techniques from people I know, and I just asked them, do you refer somebody? And in the process of that, I found out that the Central Consolidated School Districts has kind of an IRB process, and I kind of want to be respectful of that and present the study that I have here that I'm going to do, because I would really like to get some participants out in the more rural communities of the Central Consolidated School District. I've already gotten 5 participants from the Aztec, Bloomfield, and Farmington School District, and I'm really looking for that Central Consolidated School District participation in the study, because it's San Juan County as a whole. I'm finding some really good information and literature, not literature, but evidence based upon the 5 participants I've already talked to, that there is innovation going on. There is positive deviance going on there. In fact, tonight I was listening to the board. They're one of the definitions of positive deviance is that within the community lies all the information, resources, and techniques or technical skill to solve any problem. And while I was listening to some of the members come up and talk about the community concerns and stuff, I could see that pattern developing there. So I think I'm onto something. I know Liberty University is really excited about this study, given the unique demographics of San Juan County. So I'm hoping to be able to answer any questions you might have about my study, any concerns. I'm leveraging the Belmont report on human subjects. So right now I've got IRB approval from Liberty University because I'm talking to teachers. I'm not going to be interviewing students because that's a different IRB process. But anyway, but positive deviance is defined as any non-novel, non-normative, unique, deliberate creation of a new outcome that benefits the teacher, the students, and the school. And then disruptive innovation is defined as any just good enough innovation that pushes through as a new process, procedure, and outcome. An example of disruptive innovation is online education, because prior to the internet, there was distance learning in that and correspondence learning, but there was no online learning. So that's an example. I have 3 data collection methods. The first is to get a copy of the pacing guide, and I already have that because I got that from the New Mexico Department of Education. But then to get a lesson plan, one lesson plan from before, what I call pre-COVID lesson plan, one lesson plan while they were doing remote learning, and then one lesson plan after COVID, and then I'm doing an analysis, a cross analysis to see what changed in those curriculum instruction development efforts. And then I have 5 questions. I call them journal prompts. And what's been effective is that I just email the teacher my 5 questions, and then I ask them to give me a paragraph or 2 answering each of those questions. And these questions are specific to kind of cross align the lesson plans, I guess, so I can see what's changed and what if there's any changes, any what they call deltas in the types of information. And then the final activity is an interview, and I conduct that with using Microsoft Teams, and I record that, take a transcript, and I use in vivo what's called qualitative data analysis software, and I code the transcripts, and I look for themes and I look for patterns that show up. And then from there, I'm going to conduct analysis of the data and to see within the evidence that is collected from the data if positive deviance, if disruptive innovation occurred. The overall theory that I'm using in my study is called social exchange theory, which describes an economic exchange between 2 parties engaged in a transaction. So the transaction is between the teacher and the student. And the social exchange theory goes that both parties will stay active in the exchange as long as both parties are seeing the value. And if one party doesn't see value, then one of the party doesn't see the value will exit the exchange. The interesting thing about the data I've so far collected is I am seeing evidence that social exchange theory can answer the question, because the 5 participants, teacher participants, were very dedicated and very devoted to doing all they could for their students in the remote environment. And in fact, I saw extraordinary efforts from all of the 5 teachers so far that indicates that is the case. They all of them reported so far that there was disappointments in some students, and that's consistent with the literature that describes about anywhere from 17 to 23% of students are capable or are suited for remote learning, but that's still a large population that's not suited. And I'm not quite clear, because I've been doing distance education for a long time. I'm not quite clear if there's going to be a way that we can overcome that, and maybe with the advancing technologies that may happen. But the personal interview I have 6 categories of questions. I ask 1 background question, 1 behavioral and psychology question, 4 teacher routine questions, 2 innovation and adapting questions, 2 collaboration questions, and then 1 lessons learned question. The benefit of the study is I'm collecting empirical evidence to kind of support from a case study point of view. In other words, this is not phenomenological, where I'm trying to understand how people felt about COVID, because everybody has opinions. But what I'm interested in, because I work in the computer science as a normal job, is solving problems. And people have a natural tendency to kind of mitigate situations. So that I thought, well, that study, I don't think has been done. And as my research is kind of, in doing my literature review, no one's ever taken a look at what people did to solve the problem. So that's why this study is kind of unique in that respect. And once again, I am finding evidence from the 5 participants so far that did happen. There was innovation. There was a desire to solve the problem, mitigate the problem. The risk of the study is no more than you would normally expect getting up and going into your classroom to teach. So it's basically everyday life. That's the only risk you have. I am protecting the study participants' identity. I'm masking their identity. Truth be known, I love the Top Gun movie, so all of my participants are getting call signs from the movie Top Gun. There was a little bit of a spat because everybody wanted to be Maverick, and unfortunately I can only have one Maverick. And question? Nope. Okay.
Yes. Hold on.
Here.
I saw on your packet that the study is going to be done in Shiprock. Am I correct?
In what?
In Shiprock, New Mexico, part of your
I'm doing my study in San Juan County, and there's 4 districts in San Juan County. So I've already got participants from Farmington, Bloomfield, and Aztec. So I'm kind of hoping, really need to get some participants out in the Central Consolidated School District so I can have a balance. I'm looking for 5 to 6 participants out in the in Central Consolidated School District. So I'm kind of looking for a study population size between 10 to 12, and I've got 5 of them already. So that's kind of what I'm hoping to get.
Okay, so I'm going to read this short thing to you. It's from the Navajo Nation Human Research Review Board. The mission statement is the mission of the Navajo Nation Research Program is to support research and promote and enhance the interests and the vision of the Navajo people, to encourage a mutual and beneficial partnership between the Navajo people and the researchers, and to create an interface where different cultures, lifestyle, disciplines, and ideologies can come together in a way that improves, promotes, and strengthens the health of the Navajo people. So if the study is going to be done in Shiprock and on Navajo participants, it's within the Navajo Nation, then you have to submit your study to the Navajo Nation Human Research Review Board. If it's in Kirtland, then this is not applicable. It's not on the Navajo Nation. I just want to make sure that you're aware that if there's any studies that are going to be done on the Navajo Nation, despite having other approvals, the Navajo Nation within itself has its own approval process. Thank you.
Okay. How long does that process take to get through?
I'm not sure. I'm not certain, but you can look them up. It's the Navajo Nation Human Research Review Board.
Okay. Okay, I can do that. So as long as I'm not actually on the Navajo Nation, then I can still continue collecting sample data from, say, Kirtland or someplace off the nation, right?
Correct. But if there's any studies to be done on the Navajo Nation, you have to get approval from the review board.
Okay. All right. That said, would there be a possibility I could get some assistance getting some participants from the Kirtland school area?
Yes.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. I really would. Okay. Any other questions?
And as you were talking about COVID and things like that, and you were asking what, to me, I guess avoiding the schools that do sit on the reservation, it seems like your whole point of study, that's where it's at.
Well, you know, the one thing that's unique about, you know, because I grew up in San Juan County, and I've always known that there's this community component out on the nation. I interviewed two Navajo teachers, and one in Aztec and one in Farmington. And even in Bloomfield, they have a large Native American population, students who go to those school districts. And this theme keeps popping up that community is a significant factor in the success of the student. And I thought, well, if you get out there, you know, and I thought, well, you, for example, got a school out in Sheep Springs, you got a school out in Newcomb. Those are pretty remote, but I also know they're pretty community driven, just because I grew up in that area. And I thought, well, that would be a great place to find evidence, if there is evidence, of how effective or how, I'm going to say, either compounding or additional value that the community adds to the student. Because, you know, each community has unique, what I'm going to say, cultural constraints. If you look at the literature, you see a lot of this, like versus industrial communities versus tech communities. You'll see the families will kind of mold their children into the career fields that their parents have, and I know it exists. Unlike myself, I left Bloomfield in 1980 and joined the Air Force, went off, and now I currently live in Northern Virginia. But I'm like that very small outlier that did that. Most, 80% of the people I graduated high school with still live in Bloomfield or Farmington or Aztec. And so there's a cultural connection. And it's not, I'm not saying it's not a bad thing, but there's this cultural connection that people lay their anchor in these communities. And it's that's cultural constraint that kind of influences how successful people are. And so, yes, you might call it a research assumption, but when you find the evidence that supports that, you can't ignore it. I hope that makes sense.
Board President, if I may add also that with an effort to have our district's Central Consolidated School District participate on, data-driven and information that could benefit the research field, and utilizing those information and data that we will have. I think that's the way to go on many things, like supporting the best practices in classrooms, student connecting the gaps that our students have in the past. Participating in research is a huge effort in many school districts. And one big recommendation that we will be providing to Mr. McGee is to get that process and procedure going to the IRB for the Navajo Nation, so that it will be, I would say equitable participation for Central Consolidated, but we're just starting to get our research department get going for Central Consolidated. So this is a huge effort for us to undertake. So I do appreciate the comments and support from the board in this endeavors and our initiatives.
Madam President,
Uh, your name, Deswood. Okay. Would you know how long that process is for Navajo Nation research?
Leandra's right, it depends. I've heard people say you'll go and get scheduled, and then there's an agenda, then it gets kicked. But Ms. Haskey is right, because the kids are on the Navajo Nation and the schools are on the Navajo Nation. They would have to go through Navajo Nation IRB, but it is a lengthy process. I know I was going for my study to interview some principals, and I had a date once and then it was canceled. So yeah, takes some time. It's pretty lengthy. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that's all I feel that the research that you wanted to do would include, especially when you mentioned Alaska, and that it would be the schools on the reservation, and that what the changes and what they all experienced during that time. And I don't know, it's and then that process you would have to deal with, and anything with Navajo Nation is not short and sweet. It's usually a lot of red tape. So yeah, I don't know, but I think you'd be missing out on the real reason. Go ahead.
Can I add an ancillary comment to this? Because I was listening to some of the community members that came in and talked and spoke, and it was really, really, having come from San Juan County, to kind of have them talk and address in Navajo was like, yeah, I remember that. But what I heard was clear evidence that positive deviance is out there, because one of the definitions of positive deviance is that within the community lies all the expertise, all the talent, all the resources to solve any problem. And I think there's many opportunities to kind of explore that and for future research, not necessarily particularly to my study in particular for my dissertation, but beyond my dissertation, I was always considering doing more research in this area of positive deviance, because it was a theory presented back in 1985. So when you think of this in the terms of timeline, it's relatively a new concept, and the literature and the studies are still continuing to emerge. In fact, positive deviance started out as a nutrition program for children in Vietnam. And the initial research said that why were these kids out in these remote areas well nourished compared to kids in the cities? And it's because their parents were feeding them local vegetables, local foods, and they may have only been eating twice a day, but the quality of the food that they were getting was what the best the parents could do, and they knew where to go to find those things that they needed for their children to be healthy and survive. And from that, it's kind of emerged into this kind of like a yin and a yang, a positive, because you have negative deviance, which everybody's associated with the criminal justice system. And then you have this positive deviance, like all of a sudden, how do we deal with this? So the theory kind of started emerging this concept of how to control for that or explain that, going all the way back to the 1950s. When you start seeing a lot of the behavioralist scientists or researchers doing work in that area. So what I heard tonight was very encouraging and positive for me from a researcher's point of view, because I could see patterns developing just by the two community members that spoke, that there is positive deviance that's out there on the nation. and it's ripe to be researched.
I have a question.
Sure.
Madam President?
Hold on. Go ahead, Montoya.
Mr. McGee, have you, in that social exchange to the cost benefit analysis, when people are making those decisions, have you thought about the application of creative deviance in respects to mitigation when it comes to problem solving?
Well, that's why I added in the disruptive innovation. Christian Claytonson developed the idea of disruptive innovation back in the mid to late 90s, where he was trying to describe and explain how people would come up with that deviation, that the creative disruption, and how it starts out. And a good example of that is like in distance learning. How it first started was teachers figured, hey, I got this internet thing, I'll put up a static web page and it'll be just good enough to solve a particular problem I needed to solve. But then as it started to acculturate and become more widely used and adapted, that's when it pushed through as a new paradigm. And that's why we have online learning today. So that creative deviance turned into something that is now mainstream, because, worldwide, online education has shortened those bridges between distances. In fact, there are many scholars that I've cited in my study that came from China, Korea, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Turkey. In fact, in Turkey and Cyprus, there's some really good literature coming out on distance learning for children. So, I mean, that's the wonderful thing about the internet and how it's pushed through is this disruptive mechanism that now means through connectivism we can go beyond our local libraries and our local borders and go out and explore the world.
Well, certainly that, again, creative deviance in respects to how things are done and utilizing that creativity, either whether it be in the classroom or on Zoom, or if there's a prescriptive way of doing something, but yet you have an educator who has utilized that creativity, not necessarily as oppositional defiance, but certainly to educate and to fulfill and necessitate the education to the students. So I'm pretty certain that happened quite a bit, especially when you're talking out here on the reservation.
Yeah.
And how educators had to adjust and adapt. Then you start getting into adaptive problems or technical problems, and the use of that adaptiveness in respects to people being able to put together those concepts to be able to teach these kids. Because that was very, very commonplace. You would see that again, if there was a construct or prescriptive method that was being delivered to the teachers, you have to do it this way, you need to do it this way, best practices, and that's one term that I really don't agree with, because what's best in Bloomfield isn't best in Shiprock, or best in Farmington isn't best in Newcomb. So again, that creative deviance that you're talking about with the application of the adaptiveness to address some of those technical issues, or vice versa, I think is very important, being that leadership understands and gives latitude to those adjustments so these educators can teach.
Exactly. In fact, I identified 4 key areas where these disruptive innovations, these positive deviants could happen. There was one in the classroom design, the curriculum development, the use of technology and pedagogical adaptation in their design. And one participant I talked to in Bloomfield literally set up her remote classroom in her classroom, and she set up a camera So she was actually standing in front of her chalkboard or whiteboard, and then she had a monitor when students would come in for that 1 or 2 hours that they were supposed to be there, and treated it as though they were there. And that kind of surprised me because I wasn't expecting that. So that is clearly evidence of a disruptive innovation, taking something old like distance learning, like the package deal, like the packages you create, like the learning packages, and they have to go to a local, like the farmer's market in Bloomfield, to pick up their package and go home with it. So what is old is new, and what is new is old again, is some of the patterns I'm starting to see with just the 5 participants I've captured so far.
Well, thank you.
Mr. McGee?
Yes.
I don't want to discourage you in this pursuit to study all the areas that you're working toward. I think it would be a fruitful effort if you do look into working with the Navajo Nation, human research, something. I can't remember what the acronym stood for. So, but I would hope that that you reach out to them and find out how long it'll take. So hopefully it won't be as lengthy as we think it is going to be. So, thank
well,
you.
if it's anything like Liberty University's IRB approval, because it took me 8 weeks with them, and that was frustrating enough. But I can only imagine, because things are what they are. I do government contracting and as my real job, and I know how that can be. The procurement process with the government can be 39 months, and unfortunately, I don't have 39 months to do this study, so I have to find participants somehow that are not necessarily on the reservation, but so where I have access to people. And it is what it is. I understand that.
Well, I appreciate your understanding. It's also the function just to be very respectful of the culture and the people, to make sure that there's oversight so that we do maintain that integrity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Board President. Thanks.
Thank you. McGee, do you have anything to do with the McGee Coliseum?
You mean McGee Park?
Yes.
Yeah, it was named after one of my uncles who happened to be a participant in the San Juan County Board of Supervisors to getting that thing set up back in the 50s or 60s. I can't remember. It's been over a while, but yeah, my family came to San Juan County, I think back in the 20s or 30s, and they owned a farm in Waterflow, and then of course they moved out to West Hammond and Bloomfield area, and then I moved to New Mexico in 1974. My dad was born in Farmington. My mom worked for the Bloomfield school district. She was the attendance secretary in Bloomfield, and she passed away a couple of years ago. But one of the, when you were talking about kids want to feel safe, my mom would always tell me stories how some of the students would just come into her office and they would just sit there because they knew it was a safe place. My mom was not just my mother, but she was the mother for countless numbers of kids. So, I know how this meeting kind of resonated with me. So it was good for me to be here.
That's good. Well, I wish you the best, you and Leandro.
Well, thank you. And when I do finish, I'll be more than happy to share my study because, San Juan County is kind of near and dear to me. And even though I haven't lived there in a while, I still call it home.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. So we'll go on to the next item, G, Utility Comparison Report by Carol Gonzalez.
evening, President Aspis, Vice President Haskey, Secretary Wells, Board Member George, Board Member Montoya. Good evening and happy holidays, Ms. George. I wish you the best. I didn't get to work with you very long, but good luck and congratulations on your next endeavors. So attached is the 5-year comparison report that we've been providing for the last couple of months. And again, it's just showing what's going on as of this current month past, and then for each of the fiscal years. And so when you look down at the bottom line, at the very grand total, these are all the various funds that are utilizing the various utilities. And then right at this point, we're at 2.7 million. And again, this is just probably the purchase order that's been at this moment encumbered. We'll get a true accurate count at the end of the year. But right now what it's looking at is it starts high at 1920, drops in 2021, probably during COVID, then back up in 21-22, higher in 22-23, and then we're predicting a little bit higher in 23-24. And so that's that report. Oh boy, what is this? Let's see. This is expenditure summary for operational. And if you go to the last page, I think this is the one that's 100 and some pages. Let me see. Okay, so this one is just operational. So it's 737,607.27. Scroll up just a little bit. Let's see, it looks a little bit different than the one I have. So it's the expenditure summary. Oh, so it's impact aid, Indian education here, and then if you scroll up a little bit higher, okay, so she's just giving the actual expenditures by each of the funds. So that's what that is. I apologize. So that's the detail of the information that's for the summary of the expenditures on the utilities. These are the different vendors, and then these are the amounts that are being paid. Okay, so that's what that is. And then it looks like this is again the same thing, just using different. The first one was 11/23, and this one's the 11/20/22. So it's the summary of all the detail. So as you go through those reports, it's by the different fiscal years. So that's what we've provided for you, if you wanted to look in the detail for each of those for the month. And so for me, I would just look at, as you're going through the budget reports, the 5-year comparison is more just kind of taking an overall look at what's going on. These are the details. So that's what's there. Do you still want to keep with these reports every single month? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, and next we've got procurement over 60,000. And there's a list there. There's 11 for the month. The first one was a social studies adoption with McGraw-Hill, and it's social studies books for the district, $675,305.81. Then ESS, the long-term subs for the school sites, that PO is $800,000. Gersh Stafford for construction, CCSD subdivision phase 2. Then CES, BWTC cooler and freezer for maintenance. It was done with Farmington Heating and Metal for $78,619.49. Then there's another one for Farmington Heating and Metal
It's an RFP for San Juan County. It's Kirtland High School control systems for maintenance. Then the next one, number 6, is Chalmers Ford. CCSD maintenance. It's for an F-250 4x4. Then the next one is high-tech flooring, a CES building for KCHS building and flooring, the amount of $96,099.74. The next one is cooperative education for KMS replacement light fixtures for Echo Electric in the amount of $63,000 followed by Farmington Heating and Metal Company for SHS DDC update control systems, an RFP for San Juan County, $415,000, and then SWIVL Swivel Inc. video conference systems. It's a TIPS contract for curriculum instruction, $71,253.61. And then the last one was cooperative ed, KMS security film construction with Winters Construction, $160,536.15. The next one will be, I believe, the 3 to 10,000. Let me see. Yeah, POs 3,500 and 10,000. I'm not going to go over this one because it's numerous amounts. There's 43 of them. But if you read this report, you can see on the very far right-hand corner, it gives you the reference, what it's pertaining to, and then what DAC it's coming from and the amounts. So as you're going through those, if you have any questions for us, we can always look those up and report back on them if you guys ever have any questions. But basically, when we look through it, a lot of it is just the day-to-day purchasing that needs to happen for the district to continue operating. So the next one. Oh, I'm sorry. We're continuing through the different. Is that okay? We finished F, all that? Okay. So next, we're going to go through the, let's see what this one is, if I can read it. Can you make it a little bit bigger? Okay, this is the operational expenses for the month of November. This one, I believe, is the one that's 100 and some pages. Let's see if she goes down all the way to it. Yeah, so total disbursements for the month of November were $4,752,139.57. And all of those are provided for you in your packet. And then if we look at disbursement listing for, that's activities, we're looking at $28,351.15. And again, if you guys are reviewing these prior to the meeting, if you just send us an email, we can look up anything specific if you have any questions.
So, I know I'm going back to the utilities. Is that, what kind of percentage would you say it's gone up?
Of increase? I haven't looked at it specifically. I can go and see. Typically, it's about, I would say, probably 10%, 5 to 10% usually from year to year. But I'd have to go back and look and see. And again, it's just, we never know, is the cost going up? You know, I know for some of this stuff we bid on certain things, and so our butane might or propane might stay flat for quite a while. But the electric and that kind of stuff is just all dependent on what's going on with the rates. So we usually budget about 10% higher every single year from year to year.
Did you?
So one of the reasons we're kind of concerned about utility issues is because with the ETA, we project utility costs to increase dramatically, and so that's why we're wanting to look at it, with a lot of particularity, because we project them to increase potentially 80% in the next 5 years. And so we just want to be able to have those numbers and create that data so that we can argue to the legislature that they need to fix it.
80% is a lot. Okay. Okay. So then this one is the outstanding check listing for the funds for operational. Right now, there's 1.3 million still outstanding. So that's typical as people are getting their checks and just needing to process them and check and get them through. And then the next one is the activity. And the outstanding check listing at this point is $26,000 or $28,351.15. Okay, and then if we go to expenditures, general funds, 11,000 into the 2,300 funds, we're at 3.9 million for the month. And if we look at grants, what was paid for the month was 2.791 million. And the range to date there. And then in capital outlay, as we're starting to do a lot more construction work, etc., we're at 6,979,000 for the month that were paid out. Then when we look at revenues, we're looking at 6.7 million brought in the funds of 11,000 to 23. And then we look at the federal grants. The RFRs are starting to come in now, so we're at 1.8 million coming in. Those will start picking up a lot now. We're getting the second quarter ready to submit in January when we come back. Then capital outlay, 211,287. Okay. And then what is this? Can we make it a little bit? Okay, this is the JOM. Let me see if I have that one separate. I need giant reading glasses for this. Okay, there it is. Let's see, so 122, 667, 88. Thank you. I'm like, I can't read it. And again, that's the listing of all the JOMs. If you guys ever have questions, just let us know so we can research all that. Then budget journal entries. We have in grand total, 5 million was made in the month of November. Then you'll see the invoices that are attached. There's all the invoices in detail. We won't go through that because that's a lot of pages. Okay, and then does that finish those reports? Okay. So do we want to go ahead and move to bars next?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is a transfer bar, and this is for operational, and it's to cover the FY24 expenditures. And if you can see, we're moving from the 2,600 function, $1 million into the 4,000 capital outlay construction services. And so it basically, it zeroes itself out because it's just a transfer bar moving to fix one function where it's needed. The next one is for Title I. It is an increase bar, and it's in the amount of $1,310,603, and it's being budgeted to match the grand total initial planning allocation for 23-24. And so in something like this with an increase bar, they would have just budgeted in all the various line items that budget was needed to match the program allocation. So if you go up to the front or to the top of it, we can go through real quick. It's probably done in order of like the 1,000. So yeah, you can see 1,000 instruction. They added additional compensation, all the benefits, retirement, FICA life, dental. If you keep scrolling, vision, disability, travel for employees, employee teacher travel, other contract services. So if they were going to have any kind of a contract to provide some kind of a support, other instructional materials, software, additional salaries for support and support services, all the benefits, etc. So that's what they're doing with this budget, is matching it up to the allocation and the program. So that takes care of that one. And then if we move to this one is a transfer bar for the Johnson O'Malley, and basically doing the same thing as the first one, just fixing any of the functions. So moving from the 22 functions into the 30, and even taking some out of the 33s and moving it into the 1,000 instruction function in the amount of $14,775 for supplies and materials. And it says that's for student-related activities and to fix negatives. So that's what that bar's for. Then number 70 is an increase bar, and it's increasing the allocation by $64,799, and it's to budget the carryover from prior year that wasn't budgeted at the beginning of the year, so that they can finish spending it. So this is an increase bar for that. Okay, this next one is a transfer bar for impact aid. Basically taking money from the 1,000 supplies and materials and moving it to the 3,300 function of community services supplies and materials. So that's just covering expenses out of the correct functions. This next one is must be an initial budget. It is a Native American Language and Culture Support Grant. It is in the amount of $750,000, and right now it's all going to support the teachers for the, what are those teachers called, Peter? The ones that JOM uses? The heritage teachers, yeah. So they originally had said they were going to budget it within our in our operational budget, and they came back and said it's going to be covered separately in its own grant. So that's what this is, establishing that budget authority. And then this one is an increase bar for CYFD Child and Adult Care Program. And it's an amount of $74,687. So the reason this budget's coming forward is the funds for this award were actually budgeted in the wrong funding number. So we're correcting it. So we submitted the documents to PED to give us authority to actually move that money from the other fund into this one so that we can actually spend it. So it actually belongs to CYFD. So that's what this is, to correct that. And then this last one is, oops, was that an increase bar? Can you go? Yes, it's an increase bar, and it's a private direct grant, and it's for the California Casualty Music and Arts Grant for $250. So it looks like they're going to be buying some sort of supplies and materials. So any kind of donations, anything like that, small grants, we have to actually budget them in a 29102. So we'll start seeing probably as we get more smaller grants or just grants in general, a lot of them will start going in the 29102. So that's what those are for. So that's it for this. And that's it for everything that I have. It's time for any questions?
Board members, are there any questions or comments?
I have no questions or comments.
Okay, thank you. If you could move on to the next item. Which item were we on? Review consent items, see below, and items pulled from consent agenda for discussion and or approval. A, possible item removed from consent agenda. Were there any items to be removed? No? Okay, thank you. We're moving on to item number 7, consent agenda. A, approval of the consent agenda. B, approval minutes for November 16, 2023 work session, November 17, 2023 board retreat, and November 21st, 2023 regular school board. C, ratification of the unanimous consent as a board vote at the December 11, 2023 meeting to combine the December's board meeting. D, Heart of America Partnership and Project. E, request for approval of gift donations for Shiprock High School, San Juan, or SHS, San Juan County, Leadership San Juan project for the class of 2024. F, CCSD disposal request, Transportation Department, retired bus, retired vehicle, trade-in service truck replace for new unit. G, pedagogical, that's the one we have to pull, right? Pedagogical disruptive innovations and positive deviance during COVID-19 mandatory school closure, a case study of public school teachers in San Juan County, New Mexico. That's the one we have to pull, I think.
Hey, Sharon. So their discussion is involving an item that's they're wanting to pull. It's the pedagogical disruptive innovations one. And so we're already reading this. Can we go back and pull that one as an action item now?
Are we pulling it, or is he going to do just a study in Kirtland? I guess getting clarification, did we decide that he's only going to do the study in Kirtland, but not on the Navajo Nation, correct?
So we don't have to pull it or amend it?
Okay, so back to number 6 to amend, to pull letter G. Say it again, pedagogical, or did I say it right? That, G, to have G pulled and to amend, right? And I think that's it.
I make a motion that that item G of consent agenda be pulled from the consent agenda.
Can I get a second? Motion's been made. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay. Roll call vote to have item G
I have a
pulled.
question. Are you
Yes.
amending it with Kirtland only? Can you state that in the?
Oh, okay. Pull it off.
Okay.
Okay, so Board Member George, how do you vote? Do I vote? You vote to pull it off? Do we vote to pull it off? Yes. Okay. And then we'll amend it. Okay.
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
And I vote yes, so she's in the hallway. She's in discussion.
Did we have a motion?
Board President, yes.
Marion, motion?
Marion, and
second?
second. Okay, to amend number, or letter G, pedagogical disruptive innovation and positive deviance during COVID-19 mandatory school closure, a case study of public school teachers in San Juan County, New Mexico, in
Central High School.
at Kirtland Central, in Kirtland, New Mexico.
I so move.
Okay, do I have a second?
I second.
Okay, we'll do roll call vote. Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Board Member George?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Yes.
Board President, yes. And I vote yes. Now we will move on to number 7. With the amendment to letter G. You want me to keep going?
Yeah,
Okay,
'cause you
number
know
7.
what the amendment is.
Okay, number 7, consent agenda, A through I. Can I just say that? Okay, to approve A through I as amended. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the amendment to letter G as noted.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Board President. Roll call vote. Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Board Member George?
Yes.
Secretary Wells? Board President Aspis?
Yes.
And I vote yes, 5-0, to approve the consent agenda with the amendment to G. Number 8, discussion and possible action items. Oh, did I already do that? No.
No.
Okay, A, discussion and possible board action on PD draft regulations and recommendations for possible board action by Ms. Jermaine Chappelle.
Good evening, board members and guests. You all have asked me to present on the NMPED proposed regulations on NMAC 6.10.5. Can you hear me okay? And that particular administrative regulation has to do with instructional time requirements for schools. You also have a draft resolution, which I will read to you at the end. So the first thing I'd like to do is to go through this draft regulation with you. And like it was discussed earlier in our meeting, there is quite a bit of concern statewide about this particular draft regulation and the amendments to it. And I'm just going to quickly summarize that. So right now, under current statutory authority, school boards in New Mexico are allowed to have either 5-day or 4-day instructional programs under the K-12 plus rubric, and that is NMSA 1978-22-8-23.14A. In addition to that, school districts in New Mexico are authorized to implement variable school calendars, and that is at NMSA 22-22-1 at SEC, meaning the whole statute. I'm just giving you an overview, but it's also in the resolution. Yes, ma'am, don't worry, it's in both places. And so I want to kind of create this foundation, and then we're going to walk through what's proposed in this regulation. In addition to that, NMSA 22-22-4 requires school districts to gather substantial community support in determining their school calendar each year. And as we have discussed numerous times, a primary purpose, and this is also in statute and constitution, for school boards is to be the local voice and to exercise local control. And there's lots of reasons for that in New Mexico, because we have urban, rural, remote districts and areas, but we've also got communities that are primarily agricultural. And so for some of those communities, it might make sense for them to have a 4-day week or different hours, and that's an important aspect of local control. Now, in addition to that, at the last statewide school board meeting or association meeting, we heard a number of school districts that are 4-day school districts indicate that their numbers in terms of student proficiency have actually increased as a result of those 4 days. Now, for us at CCSD, obviously, we're 5-day right now, so the 4-day issue doesn't concern us. But what does concern us is the continued erosion of local control and undermining of the actual authority of school boards. And so with that, what I'm going to do next is go through the actual regulation and help you guys understand that the regulation proposed by NMPED actually is contrary to state law as it is currently written. So if you take out the copy here, it looks like this, and it's also up on the screen. And now that I'm standing up, here and not by the window. Sorry about that. It is that right there. So the first place that I want you to pay attention to in this particular regulation, so as you see, the strike through means that they are proposing to delete it, and underline means new information or new language. So if you scroll down to the bottom of page 1, and we're in the definition section, and you go to C, Sharon, They have now created a new definition for K-12 plus day. And you can also see in A, they've created a new definition for instructional day. And B is fairly similar to the old definition, but they've also included a new definition for instructional hour. Now, under C, what it says is that a K-12 plus day means a calendar day designated of having at least 180 instructional days. In the statute, and I'm going to cross-reference with you guys a little bit, the statute that allows for 4 days or 5 days requires that a K-5 plus day that's 5 days is 180, and a 4-day is 55. So what this language here in C is doing is ignoring what's in statute, which is a choice, and only allowing one choice. And so right off the bat, that is a conflict with current law. And then I'm going to have you turn to page 3, toward the bottom, Sharon, where it starts with the underlined and A. There you go, perfect. So here, the new regulation is proposing that obviously we still have the 1,140 instructional hours, but you look then at C, that says beginning with the 24-25 school year, all public school calendars must include at least 180 instructional days per school year. Now, that of course does not, is not consistent with the statute we just discussed, but in addition to that, we all know that the current statute requires that kindergarten be half that. And this doesn't account for that either. So there are some problems. I don't think they're indicating that kindergarten should be full day. But that is not accounted for in this new regulation. And then, Sharon, if you can scroll to the top of 4. What you guys will see here, starting at 2, is again this consistent requirement of a 5-day school week. Like I said, for us, that's not the issue, but the issue for us is local control. And as you scroll down, you'll see in G, the PED does allow for a waiver. However, this waiver is not including local control or local need, and it's not including what the community really wants or needs. And so that, again, is a deficiency in that waiver proposal. And then moving down, go to the bottom of 4, right there. Thank you, Sharon. This part is talking about the K-12 plus program, and really all that's doing is, again, putting into place through regulation a 5-day week with no 4-day week. So at the end of that, board members, and I know there has been quite a bit of concern about this, my conclusion is that the current regulation, or the proposed regulation, I should say, that NMPED does not have the authority to promulgate this. It goes too far beyond the actual statute and potentially has some conflict with actual statutory provisions. I'm going to pause to have questions on the actual regulation, and then I can read my recommended resolution for your all's input and changes.
I don't have any questions or comments. Thank you.
I have a comment. Sounds like somebody's trying to take over control and dictate, which will eventually end up year-round school mandated. And I don't think they ought to be able to force that on anybody. There's, as you stated, there's agricultural concerns in communities where agriculture is the main stay, and those kids need to be out of school where they can provide help in those agricultural areas, and it also allows them to earn money for themselves to buy clothes or whatever else is needed. So that's my comment.
Board members, if you would like, I can read the recommended resolution, and then I can make any modifications that you guys would like me to make. Are you ready for me to do that?
Yes.
Resolution of the Board of Education of the Central Consolidated School District opposing the New Mexico Public Education Department's draft regulation amending NMAC 6.10.5. Whereas the Central Consolidated School District Board of Education and other school districts in the state of New Mexico are statutorily authorized to implement K-12 plus school days for either 5 days or 4 days per week by NMSA 1978 22-8-23.14a, and whereas the CCSD board and other school districts in the state of New Mexico are authorized to implement variable school calendars in accordance with NMSA 1978 22-22-1 et sec, and whereas the CCSD board and other school districts in the state of New Mexico are required to obtain substantial community support in determining each school district's school calendar as provided by NMSA 1978 22-22-4, and whereas a primary purpose of the CCSD board and other school districts in the state of New Mexico is to be able to represent and meet the needs of its local communities, and whereas the CCSD board and other school districts in the state of New Mexico have statutory and constitutional authority to exercise local control, and whereas the CCSD board and other school districts in the state of New Mexico represent urban, rural, and remote communities, many of which are agricultural communities that require flexibility in school calendars. And whereas several school districts in the state of New Mexico have utilized 4-day school weeks and have data substantiating that 4-day school weeks have actually helped to increase student outcomes. And whereas the CCSD board and other school districts in the state of New Mexico are concerned that the waiver provided by the NMPED's proposed regulation amending NMAC 6.10.5 does not include local control, community input, or data showing that a 4-day week benefits student outcomes. And whereas the CCSD board and other school districts in the state of New Mexico are concerned that the NMPED's proposed regulation amending NMAC 6.10.5 is beyond NMPED's statutorily authorized authority. Whereas the CCSD board and other school districts in the state of New Mexico are concerned that the NMPED's proposed regulation amending NMAC 6.10.5 conflicts with state statute and undermines local control. Now therefore be it resolved that based on the foregoing reasons, the Board of Education of CCSD directs the superintendent and legal counsel to participate in upcoming hearings, submit comments, and in any other manner to oppose the NMPED's proposed regulation amending NMAC 6.10.5. And with that, I stand for questions.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
has CCSD done a survey in regard to what the community, how the community feels about a 4-day school week as opposed to a 5-day school week?
We haven't done it with respect to this issue, but we have done it in previous years. And what's interesting is the communities are split with support for both.
And I think it's also important to know that there's a moratorium on 4-day now. You can't, 5-day can't go to 4-day. They locked it.
This would be the action trying to lock it, yes. Ma'am.
On that one where you talk about the urban, rural, and remote communities.
Yes, ma'am.
Why not reservation or Indian?
I can add that. I was trying to just be more general, and that's why I included rural and remote, but I'm more than happy to add that.
I think that would be good to add in there. And then the importance of not only I mean, we don't comply to Navajo Nation, but there are certain things that we do observe also.
I will add that in as well, Board President. I'm going to put it in that same paragraph. Is that okay?
Because, I mean, I think if we leave it to assumption, I mean, had I not attended committee meetings before, or, you know, I would have given them the benefit of the doubt of knowing, but I don't anymore, and I think it needs to be stated in our resolution. Anything else do you see, board members, superintendent?
I don't have anything else. I think it was good to recommend adding reservation area too. Thank you.
And just as a point of information, as we were told at the meeting last week, the upcoming hearing is December 18th, and so this resolution would enable us to essentially put in some opposition comments and potentially even speak at that with the board's support behind us. And we could even obviously put this resolution into the record.
Okay,
So with that amendment, the next item would be just voting on this resolution with the language that you want me to include. We can just say vote on or passing the resolution as amended.
Do you want me to say it?
Somebody.
Someone. Motion to.
Somebody, not me.
I motion to pass the resolution with amendments. As noted.
I second.
Okay, we'll go for a vote. Excuse me. Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I vote yes, so
Thank you, board
Good.
members.
And now, we will go into executive session. Convene an we'll convene an executive session discussion on personnel matters regarding the board's goal and expectation of the superintendent, discuss limited personnel matters regarding personnel matters update as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. May I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Okay, a second.
I second.
And Vice President Haskell?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Board Member George?
Yes.
Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
And to get out of,
Okay, reconvening in open session, say that the board has discussed in the executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discussion on personnel matters regarding board's goal and expectation of the superintendent, and discuss limited personnel matters regarding personnel matters update as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015, 1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
I make a motion, we reconvene in open session.
I second.
That should be Cheryl since it's your last name.
I second. You guys already estimated, it's red when I push it. It's already turning green.
Oh, okay. I second.
Oh, yeah, I'll do the adjournment.
Okay, so
Well, not yet. Go ahead.
Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Secretary Wells.
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So we are now at
No, we're going to.
Section 10A, possible items for the next meeting. And for me, I would like all the high schools for graduation report.
I have nothing at this time.
I would like an update on where we are with the RFP process with the special education audit. And then also the land lease for Najoni. Yes, for all three. That's it.
Any other items, board members?
The listing of the JV5 employees that would be leaving this year. Is it JV? J1. J1. That's it. J1 visa employees and their area of expertise, and what the plan is.
Are they leaving because of us? Did we not?
No, they've been like 3 years, right? 3 years or 5 years?
Okay, so no other items requested?
Can I still?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just to update on the safety requirements that the safety department said they were going to have done by this time.
Okay, we'll go on to item 11, plus and deltas from board members. Go ahead, Vice President.
Delta for me, I wasn't here when Board Member George was given her robe, her shawl. And again, just much appreciation to her, the time that she's been on the board and her participation. Thank you.
I concur with Vice President.
Board Member George?
Thank you. Board member, or Board President Aspis, Vice President Haskey, and Secretary Wells, and Board Member Mr. Montoya, and then Superintendent Mr. Carlson. Thank you for the opportunity again and working with me and teaching me the Robert's Rules of Order. And it's been a pleasure and an honor to work with all of you guys on the board, and I just really appreciate just a lot of memories that I'll keep, and I just thank you so much for working with me, and you guys are a really good team, and you guys are all here for the right reasons, and I really appreciate that about your service. And Mr. Carlson, I'm really happy that you're our superintendent, and I believe that you are doing the right things as you see with the help of the board, and you're just very diligent in your leadership, and I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Montoya?
Oh, wait, hold on. Jared, for all your tech stuff and all your videos and everything, and hanging out with us and being squished at the and Sharon Ray, you are the best ever. I mean, you could be the President of the United States Secretary. You make things happen, and you're just so mindful of all the stuff that we have to do, and you're so patient, and you're very knowledgeable about your job and about taking care of us high rollers, as we think we are, and putting us in our place too. And Ms. Chappelle, I appreciate everything that you do on behalf of the district and the students, so thank you.
Board Member Montoya?
I have nothing.
Okay, plus and deltas. So I think it was a big plus that we got 4 board members in person. Thank you. And you know, it's I know it's going to take some time to get back to norm, but thank you for being here and letting me know, you know, that you're going to be here, or Sharon, so we can figure out quorum and who's going to run the meeting. And I just thank you for your professionalism, the 4 that are here. And so we'll go on to 12.
I make the motion, we adjourn.
I second.
I second.
Oh, no, you're supposed to motion to adjourn.
Go ahead.
Oh, I motion to adjourn my last board meeting for myself.
I second.
Vice President Haskell.
Yes.
Secretary Wells.
Yes.
Board Member George.
Yes.
Board Member Montoya.
Yes.
And I vote yes. So we're adjourned.